Welcome to this panel on peace and human rights at the 2021 edition of the State of the Union, organized by the European University Institute in Florence. My name is Sarah Nouwen. I'm a professor of public international law at the EUI, and I'm absolutely delighted to moderate this panel. As part of a conference focused on the role of Europe in a changing world, this panel zooms in on the role, potential, and possibly challenges for the EU as a human rights promoting peace mediator. We have most impressive panelists to speak to this topic. The panel combines speakers with a unique internal perspective on the EU as a mediator and those with intimate external perspectives based on collaborations with the EU and peace mediation, which also allows them to draw comparisons with other mediating organizations. With us in virtual Florence are Cihan Sultanoglu, Assistant Secretary General and United Nations representative to the Geneva International Discussions. Now, there are lots of international discussions going on in Geneva, but Cihan is the UN representative to the Geneva International Discussions. Cihan, welcome.
Thank you very much.
We really hope that in the discussions, you can tell us more about this mediation process with the most intriguing name of all. Federica Mogherini needs no introduction at the EUI, in Italy, in Europe, or in fact, in Iran, Serbia, and many other places in the world. She's currently rector of the College of Europe and is a former EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, in which roles she mediated, among others, between Kosovo and Serbia. She's also famous for having successfully facilitated the negotiations on the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, better known as the Iran nuclear deal. We're also delighted to have with us Katia Papagianni, Director for Policy and Mediation Support of the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue, a non-governmental organization headquartered in Geneva that mediates all over the world. Katia follows and supports all these HD supported processes and combines big picture overview of global trends with deep understanding of the specifics of all these relevant conflicts. Now, in case you thought that the world of peace mediation is a women's world only, let me now introduce Barney Afako, member of the United Nations Commission on Human Rights in South Sudan, member of the United Nations Standby Team of Senior Mediation Advisors, and advisor to the African Union High-Level Implementation Panel in South Sudan. As you can discern from many of his titles, Barney is usually the advisor, not the man in front of the cameras, although he has done press conferences too. He has been the political analyst and legal draftsman for many mediators, ranging from African presidents to UN representatives. And last but absolutely not least, we have all of you who participate via the digital platform. Please open the live discussion tab in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Here you can submit your questions for the speakers in the Q&A tab and post comments in the live chat. And if all of that is not enough, you can also tweet about the session using the hashtag SOU2021. Time for substance. In 2012, the European Union received the Nobel Prize for Peace for advancing the causes of peace, reconciliation, democracy, and human rights in Europe. But the EU's aspirations have never ended at its borders. The EU wishes to export not just machinery, computers, and pharmaceuticals, but also peace. Directly or indirectly, the EU has been involved in a myriad of peace processes across the world, ranging from direct-to-the-table mediation in the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue and co-facilitating the Geneva International Discussions, to advising in the UN-led Yemen talks, acting as a guarantor of the peace agreement in Mali, and supporting mediation capacity building exercises in the Philippines and Syria. Last year, the EU adopted an updated EU mediation concept aimed at further boosting the EU's role as a leading actor in peace mediation, and it developed specific guidelines for EU mediators and implementing partners. The EU presents itself as an explicitly value-based mediator. Its engagements are based on the core values of inclusion, human dignity, gender equality, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and the respect and promotion of human rights. An evidence-based approach, climate awareness, multilateralism, are further key guiding principles of EU mediation. The EU's explicit ambitions in the field of peace mediation raise a whole range of questions. What are the strengths and what are the limitations of the EU as a mediator? What role does it fulfill best? Leading as a mediator or facilitating and backing other mediators, politically, logistically, and financially? Is the EU's explicitly value-laden backpack a treasure chest or a heavy burden during a mediation process? Do these values promote agreement or resistance, or both? So without further ado, let's begin with the basics, with my first question to all of you, my dear fellow panelists. My first question is, what is the EU's strength and what are its limitations? Or perhaps we can even speak of weaknesses when it comes to mediation or supporting mediation. Speaking from the various perspectives in which you have acted either for the EU or you have seen the EU operate, can you each give us one strength and one limitation? Federica, as the ultimate EU insider on this topic, may we start with you?
With pleasure, Sarah. Thank you very much. Great to be back in Florence, even if virtually, and great to be with such a great panel today. No surprise, for me, strengths are more evident than limitations. So I would tell you, my instinctive reaction would be, I see plenty of strengths for the European Union to act as a mediator. I don't see really limitations unless the European Union limits itself. The only limitation I see is the limitations that the European Union puts to itself in terms of ambitions and scope and political will. I see many strengths of the European Union. I would say only one. Let me say two. I don't say any limitation. I say two strengths. One is the fact that the European Union is generally perceived as an honest broker. Normally it doesn't come with a heavy agenda in most regions of the world. And second is the fact that as a mediator or facilitator, and the two things don't really coincide 100%, we'll come to that probably later in the discussion, the European Union can come with a very complex, complete and generous mix of incentives. And these incentives it can put on the table also in partnership and connection with other players like the UN or other regional organizations. So I think that this gives the European Union a lot of strength and potential in mediation and facilitation, sometimes not fully used. So again, the limit I see is the own limits that the European Union put to itself in terms of political will to engage in certain facilitation and mediation activities.
Jihan, in your capacity as UN representative, you work with the EU in a peace process. As a close partner, what do you see as the EU's strengths and perhaps their only strengths, or do you also see limitations or challenges?
Thank you very much, Sarah, and my greetings to all the fellow panelists and all those who are watching our discussion remotely. So let me actually tell you a little bit about Geneva International discussions as a backdrop before I can answer your question. I have a distinct pleasure of being a tripartite agreement. Now, the Geneva International discussions deal with the aftermath of the 2008 Russia-Georgia war and the implementation of the 6-point ceasefire agreement that was brokered by the European Union. So as representatives of this process, so it is the EU, United Nations, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, or OSCE, the three organizations, the representatives, we work hand in hand to achieve, in fact, this mandate in a very unique structure. There is no other peace process that brings the three organizations together. And we work cooperatively, collectively to manage the process, not only operationally, but also politically. Now, the main strength of the EU in this process is the fact that it was the EU at the time of the presidency of the European Union under France, under President Sarkozy at the time, it was the EU who actually brought the partners to listen to its call to stop fighting and to stop further loss to lives and economic context and the environment. So it was EU's actually economic and political clout, its influence, that made the parties stop fighting. At the same time, the process also allowed the EU to deploy a mission in Georgia to monitor the security situation. Now, it is an undeniable fact that the strength that the EU brought to this process to broker the peace, at the same time, is a challenge in the process of discussions itself. All our three organizations, of course, are recognizing fully the territorial integrity of Georgia. EU is an ally of Georgia. EU is a big supporter of Georgia in its main policy ambition of Euro-Atlantic integration. So many agreements have been signed between the EU and Georgia in the past decade with a view to further deepen the political association and economic integration of Georgia to the EU. Therefore, the EU has to be overly sensitive to ensure that it is indeed perceived as a neutral mediator and facilitator in the discussions by all the participants, in the rounds of negotiation, as well as in all the meetings and consultations that take place around the negotiations. This can be a difficult position to juggle. But in my opinion, it's essential to protect the integrity of the process and to create an environment of trust for all the participants to be able to produce tangible results.
Great. So we go from one challenge to Barney. Barney, you've seen the EU when you worked for the EU, for the AU and for the UN. What is your vision on this question?
I would say that the EU reflects its commitment to mediation and peacemaking very often in the way that it supports both the structures and architecture for mediation and peacemaking, whether that's in the United Nations, where the EU is a supporter of the standby team and mediation support unit mechanism. Similarly, in the African Union, it has been one of the key supporters of that organization's architecture for peacemaking. And this is not just limited to, if you like, the structural support to the headquarters of the organizations, but when you do have peace processes, and I've seen this both in Uganda and also in Sudan, the EU is often present with its diplomacy and its resources to facilitate negotiations, which increasingly are very costly undertakings. So it deploys its resources often to guarantee the inclusion of those processes so that money is not an obstacle to wider participation. What it's then able to do effectively, though not driving the process as a lead mediator, it's able, if you like, to infiltrate its values and support to the process in a relatively less obtrusive way. And this may be unique to the way that the EU has to work on the African continent, but it's been a feature of its intervention, backing up its resources with institutional support, but also ad hoc specific support to peace processes. And I think, Sarah, you were able to deploy your legal skills to the Sudan process, thanks also to the EU's support for that expertise, which was very much appreciated and welcome. Now, when it comes to limitations, it's in the name of the EU, it's in its structure, its personnel, that it's essentially European. So I might even say Central European in posture. And therefore, when it goes outside of that region, particularly when it goes as far afield as the African continent, it's not necessarily seen as a natural mediator with a deep grasp of all elements of the conflict. People might turn to other interlocutors for that. So that is a structural limitation. And I think also that the architecture within the EU for mediation support is still being developed, and maybe its diplomats need to do more mediative work, even though they're not themselves the lead mediators. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks, Barney. So Barney has really taken us into the world. Katja, you too have observed the EU all over the world. What is your one strength and one limitation? Or perhaps you have many more, but can you choose?
Thank you, Sarah, and it's really a pleasure to be here with my fellow panelists, and I look forward to the Q&A also after our conversation. I should start by saying that the EU is undeniably one of the most important mediation actors in the world today. It's engaged in every single major peace process, and it does so through a diverse toolbox and a sophisticated toolbox and set of networks around the world. So that's something we just need to say at the beginning, that it's undeniably an important actor in the peacemaking field today. I agree very much with the comments my fellow panelists have made, especially with Federica's comment about the EU being perceived as an honest broker. But where I'm sitting, as someone who has worked both for informal and formal mediation organizations, I thought maybe I should focus on the EU's strength in terms of the centrality it puts on partnerships when it engages in mediation processes. And partnerships do three main things for the European Union in its role as a mediation support or mediation actor. First, they allow the European Union to take risks. Mediation processes are risky endeavors, and some of the engagements with the difficult non-state armed groups are delicate, long-term, and politically sensitive. When those engagements are taking place through a partner, they assist the European Union to take the risk without necessarily bear all of the risk itself. There are many examples that we can discuss in the Q&A on this aspect of partnership. A second advantage of partnerships for the European Union as a mediation actor is that they allow the European Union to respond very rapidly in crisis moments. An excellent example of European Union response was last year. At the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the United Nations Secretary General issued a global call for a ceasefire so that the planet will be able to focus on addressing the important challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. The European Union, through a number of partnerships, managed within 4 to 5 months to facilitate the negotiation of close to 15 ceasefire agreements in support of that call. I think that's an important contribution of extending the European Union's reach and ability to respond quickly in a moment of crisis. And third, the partnerships allow the European Union to complement some of the official mediation processes that take place in multilateral forums, which often, for a number of reasons, including geopolitical realities that have been discussed throughout the day at this conference, are stuck or are not moving as quickly as they could. An example of this is a number of dialogues that the European Union is partnering with a number of organizations in Southeast Asia, including between China and its neighbors, and including on sensitive issues such as South China Sea. So with these partnerships, the European Union is able to strengthen and complement official negotiation processes that are taking place within ASEAN and other multilateral fora. So I thought it would be important to point out that with partnerships, the European Union becomes an actor with even wider reach, and an actor that can take even more risks than it could normally take. In terms of the weakness, this is something that has been discussed, I think, throughout this conference. And it's, I would say, the European Union's inability in some conflict contexts to have a united voice. And I think it refers to Federica's comment of the European Union itself limiting the role and the ambition that it has for its role in certain situations. And I think one of the preeminent examples of this lack of one voice is the European Union's role in Libya up to a year ago, let's say, when at some moments of the peace process and the mediation effort, member states seemed to be at odds with each other and pursuing divergent agendas. This is a major weakness, but I think, as Federica said, it's not an irredeemable weakness. It's a question of having the political will to fix it.
So talking about the EU limiting itself, we can also look at the policy documents, and there seems to be an inherent tension in some of these policy documents. And of course, policies are always about reconciling tension, so it's nothing surprising. But one of those tensions seems to be, on the one hand, an ambitious universalizing normative agenda, and on the other hand, a recognized need for humility and respect for local contexts. And that requires what Barnier referred to, understanding of local context. Now, the normative agenda seems to have expanded over the years. So the 2009 concept on mediation, the norms were mostly around transitional justice, human rights, participation of women. In 2020, it also includes a much broader inclusivity agenda concerned for the climate and natural resources, and also concern for cultural property. And this normative agenda is not unique to the EU as a mediator. The UN too, as Dion will be able to elaborate, has issued more and more normative guidance as to issues that its mediators must raise and try to address. So my question to all of you is, if one arrives with such a broad list of predetermined issues that must be considered, how much space is there for the particularities of the local context to speak? What role does this backpack with values play during a mediation process? Is it easily offloaded, or should it actually be fuller? Jihan, speaking from the UN's experience, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you. Now, if we look at international norms and standards, the UN is the main forum indeed for their development, and in a way the UN is the keeper of these norms and standards based on its comparative advantages that we all are very much aware, its normative role, it has convening power, universal legitimacy, neutrality, and global reach. I think the values are very well embodied in the 2030 agenda, and its accompanying 17 sustainable development goals agreed upon by 193 member states of the United Nations in 2015. And this Agenda 2030 provides a roadmap for humanity and for our planet to achieve a world of peace and prosperity by eradicating poverty, ensuring human rights, finding inclusive and sustainable development solutions, and by basically leave no one behind. The goal 16 is particularly a favorite of mine. It deals with peace, justice, and strong institutions. The EU too is committed to the Sustainable Development Goals and encourages the EU countries to do the same. So this, in my opinion, actually is the window from which we should observe all our actions. We need a holistic, comprehensive approach to conflict resolution. While all disputes and conflicts have their own specificities and they need tailor-made approaches based on, of course, best practices, lessons learned, for effective mediation, for peaceful and sustainable resolution of conflicts, we need to focus on actions that will maximize our chances of success. National ownership is as essential as applying international law and normative frameworks. Again, for me, it's a question of balance. In my previous answer, I was actually more referring to challenges that the EU has than its weaknesses. So it's a question of balance, because the credibility of the process of the mediators depend very much on achieving actually this balance. We talk about impartiality, we talk about consent, inclusivity, but these are qualities indeed that allow us to build a foundation of trust and credibility, but it's also something that we have to continuously work on. I mean, you cannot just earn the trust, you have to keep at it all the time. So it is a dynamic process. It is not just having a blueprint and working with that. Katya talked about the Secretary General's appeal for a global ceasefire. The appeal also got a very good political boost last July when the UN Security Council adopted a resolution. But despite the successes, I think the adherence to it has been quite mixed. For me, the call of the Secretary General is actually also a call for a more cohesive approach to peace building and peace keeping. Not only we have to work closely together to respond to emerging challenges, but we also have to be prepared to take advantage of such challenges to find new ways of cooperation and resolving our differences. The pandemic is a wake-up call for everyone. The inequalities between countries and inside the countries, the growing gaps between the haves and the have-nots, the threats to our environment, the climate change, they all have become more glaring. So the question that I have is then, how do we create better systems, piece by piece, place by place, issue by issue, in everything that we do, so that we can indeed achieve this, better state of being, and that of course includes all the peace processes also.
Thanks so much, Jihan. So this was really an account, explaining the UN's normative backpack. Katya, you work for a non-governmental organization that does an enormous amount of mediation across the world, the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue. Now, you don't have, as a matter of law, or those norms. How do you look at the UN or the EU if you compare your own organization and the EU that has the policy with the norms? What is your perspective?
Thank you, Sarah. I think it's a very important question to ask whether the normative backpack, as you call it, that the European Union has committed itself to carrying with itself when it engages in mediation processes is an asset or a burden. And I think it's not a simple question to ask with a yes or no, to answer with a yes or no answer. It really has this unsatisfying, it depends quality to it. On one hand, we are all very conscious of the fact that the international community currently, for better or for worse, enjoys a very weak level of consensus around shared normative frameworks. This means that in certain situations where the EU may be committed to pursue its normative agenda and to bring its normative backpack with it, it may find itself without allies, without backers, fighting the fight alone. However, there is, I think, a lot of experience in the mediation field the past 30 years that points to the fact that in a strategic and pragmatic way, an experienced and sophisticated mediation actor is able to pursue, possibly in modest ways, a normative agenda and to still be an effective and productive mediation actor, meaning pursuing conflict resolution goals. I don't want to underestimate the challenges for doing that. They're really immense, and I think we're all witnessing the difficulty of that playing out currently in Afghanistan. However, there is an approach that the European Union is well suited for that will allow it to be a productive mediation actor and a normative mediation actor. And that is the approach that you alluded to, Sarah, and that is one of humility, modesty, engagement with local actors, and long-term engagement. According to this approach, the normative backpack, the norms and principles that the mediation actor is committed to are not a list of requirements and demands that have to be implemented tomorrow. Rather, they are a compass that point the way towards which a mediation process, a peace process, gradually and progressively, ideally, will move toward to. So let me give you a couple of thoughts on how to explain this a bit more. First is that, of course, we're all aware that human rights, women's rights, all these other norms that the European Union has committed itself to are realized progressively over generations in some cases. Now, the role of mediation processes is to create the conditions to open the door for these rights to gradually start being realized. There is no one peace agreement or one mediation process or peace process that will definitively offer the protection and promotion of these rights and these norms forever. Rather, the role of the mediation process is to start to offer the conditions for those norms to at least have the chance to be realized in the future. And we have a lot of experience as a peacemaking field of agreements that have included provisions that have opened the political space in the post-agreement period, that have allowed voices of diverse background to organize, to express themselves, to create alliances, and to themselves pursue the norms that they think are important for their national context. And I think the European Union is exactly the actor that is well placed with its approach and its posture mediation to pursue this approach. Second, I think an important requirement for any normatively motivated mediation actor is to be able to translate the norms into concrete initiatives so that they don't remain in the stratosphere of ethics, morality, and principle, but they are tangible and they're meaningful in the context in which the mediator is engaged. So in order to create these tangible initiatives, it's incumbent upon the mediator to work again with local actors and to identify what these concrete initiatives are that are consistent with the norms and principles that the mediator is committed to. An example of that is the recent experience that the United Nations and other organizations, including myself, had in supporting Libyan women in the past, let's say, 6 to 8 months. The Libyan women themselves took the initiative to convene themselves on the sidelines of the official mediation process. The United Nations offered extremely valuable support to them through a number of means that I'm sure Barney knows very well, including social media outreach, etc. But these women on their own decided that this initiative was important to them. And with the support that was offered to them, they, across political spectrum, agreed on a declaration that specifically put forward specific proposals on what they thought the role of women should be in the transitional period. This is the kind of initiative that takes a norm and a principle and translates it into concrete action that makes sense in the local context. So with this approach, with this normative approach to mediation, I think the European Union is well placed to play a very productive role, and the the approach would be pragmatic and strategic, recognizing that the mediation process is simply the beginning of the realization of rights and norms and principles, and not the end, and working very closely with local actors to articulate initiatives that make sense for the local context and are still consistent with the norms and principles. Again, I want to repeat that I do not underestimate the incredible difficulties in implementing this approach, but it's something that has been done before, and it just requires commitment, and especially commitment for the long term by an actor like the European Union. Thank you, Sarah.
So the backpack can either be a treasure chest or a burden, but a lot depends on how the mediator carries that backpack, and especially when the backpack gets opened. Barney.
Yes, increasingly because of this backpack that you mentioned, Sarah, the moment of negotiation or peace talks, if you like, is seen as the time to offload that backpack, and the different ways of doing this. And I think Katja was alluding to the fact that the astute mediator or facilitator will find a way of communicating or transmitting what's in that backpack, those values, in a way that they can be understood, but more than that, adopted and internalized by the parties. This often takes time. It takes a certain craft. Unfortunately, we very often see mediators under pressure to offload their backpack, and mediators who are in a hurry to complete the process, often for good reason, that a lot of communities are suffering and the adverse impacts from the conflict. But you cannot have shortcuts to the way that we engage with societies and lead actors in those societies to change their perspective towards the values that that we want to espouse. So mediation and facilitation and support of a process at its best will seek to broaden the imagination of the parties to get their buy-in into these values. And this can be achieved as a craft. So we need to underscore that beyond the values, the backpack, offloading it, putting it on might be the easy part, but taking it off and emptying its contents needs to be reflected upon and needs to be systematic and sensitive to that context. All of this makes mediation facilitation complex, and there should be a division of labor and an allocation of various strands of time to offloading this backpack of values. But I don't think we'll be able to go back to a form of mediation where the mediator is completely neutral and comes with an empty bag. I think this is a reality, but what we have to catch up with is how we play a much more educative role, a much more facilitative role, so that these values are truly internalized.
Yeah, so for those who are just tuning in and thinking, what is this EU backpack all about? We're talking about norms that the EU carries with it when it's promoting media or when it's trying to mediate across the world. Now, on that note, Federica, you negotiated the Iran nuclear deal. Are such policy documents, such as the concept on mediation, including all the norms on inclusivity, on women's rights, on human rights, on respect for cultural property, are such concept notes also relevant to such negotiations? And if not, why not? Why wouldn't the concept note apply to such a mediation or facilitation?
Well, before I answer the question, Sarah, let me comment on the EU backpack on norms and values. And I very much agree with those that said that it's more of a method than an outcome. The point, at least in my experience in those 5 years, the point is for the European Union, when it acts as a mediator or facilitator, to bring the attention of the parties to the possibility to open spaces. I think Katja mentioned this expression, to let women or young people or minorities participate in the process without determining the outcome of the process, but simply, it's not simple at all. It's not easy. It's simple, but it's not easy. Setting the space for an inclusive process that takes into consideration within the process some principles and values and norms without determining the outcome of it, because the ownership of the process is as relevant as the normative framework. So I think this is really the fine line, the very thin line that a mediator like the European Union can walk in bringing in the values and principles it stands for in mediation and negotiation without imposing an outcome to the parties, allowing the space to be open. Again, the example of women in mediation is perfect. The work the European Union has done on Libyan women, on Syrian women, on women in Yemen, just to allow them to participate, to come in the process, to have their voices heard. Then the outcome is to be seen, but empowering is already, I would say, setting the stage for a different kind of game that is played. Now, the Iran nuclear deal was a completely different setup, I have to say, and your question is perfect because you asked if it applies. The Iran nuclear negotiations were a unique setup in institutional terms and in political terms, because it was not actually the European Union mediating. It was the UN Security Council many years ago, mandating the high representative, so an individual with a name and a surname, at the time Javier Solana, and then afterwards Catherine Ashton and myself, to facilitate on behalf of the UN Security Council on a very clear framework of negotiation. And so it was the High Representative of the European Union having the task to facilitate a multilateral process under the umbrella of the United Nations Security Council, and actually reporting to the Security Council, with some of the member states involved in that mediation, in that facilitation process. But in that context, the High Representative of the European Union was and still is the facilitator of many players, among which EU member states. So there was a certain distance, and there it was really a personal task of the High Representative to facilitate the process. So I wouldn't, there it was very, and it is still, I believe, for Borrell, extremely delicate to define when you speak on behalf of the European Union and when you speak on behalf of all the parties involved in the facilitation. For me, it was always clear that whenever I was speaking on the negotiations on the Iran nuclear deal, I was also speaking on behalf of Russia, China, the United States, Iran, and the E3. And then it was a separate task to report back to the 28 at my time, 27 now, and make sure that all the member states of the European Union and the European Union as such was involved in the negotiations and in the implementation of the agreement as a whole. But the role of facilitator there is a personal one out of the mandate of the Security Council. It's a very unique institutional framework. I believe it could be an experiment to be potentially extended to other crises and facilitations, because it has a unique mix of legitimacy. You have the UN Security Council mandate, but you also have that mix of toolbox that the European Union can use. I found it fascinating to use this mix. But indeed, in the specific case of Iran, the nuclear facilitation was, and again, it was a facilitation. The European Union was not part of the mediation, was the High Representative was facilitating the talks, but the European Union was not a party of the negotiations. It is a very interesting exercise to differentiate between being a part of a negotiation and being the facilitator of a process. It's two completely different exercises. But I think that there's this kind of also formal link and mandate from the UN Security Council to the EU High Representative to facilitate the process without the European Union formally as a whole being involved in it can be an interesting experiment also for other crises and conflicts around the world, because it allows you to use all the spaces you can have.
Yeah, fantastic. And it also shows the importance of framing and how framing of mediation, of facilitation, and of certain disputes determines what kind of policies are relevant. Thank you.
Absolutely,
so much.
Because at the end of the day, again, for instance, for me, I was able to take distance. So I was the honest broker and the neutral player that a facilitator is in such a complex context, you can only imagine. But also at a certain moment, and in some moments only, I could hint at the possibility of mobilizing the European Union toolbox in support of the implementation of an agreement the following day, because an agreement doesn't stop the moment it's signed. Actually, it starts the moment it's signed. Then the most difficult part is the implementation of it. And so this mix of competences could well give the freedom and the liberty to the facilitator to act freely, as a facilitator should be, but also engage and commit instruments, resources, and tools for the implementation of the agreement the day after, mobilizing the entire European Union toolbox. So I found it really creative, but extremely successful as a creative solution.
My final question is a short one, and hopefully short questions are easy, to therefore have short, easy answers from you. So the question is this: the EU has leverage, doors open for the EU where they don't open for others. How could the EU better, or even better, use that leverage to promote peace across the world? Katja, would you like to start this time?
Thank you, Sarah, and I will be very brief. My comment and idea in response to your question feeds of what Federica just said about mobilizing the EU's toolbox. And I think throughout the day at this conference, there has been reference to the importance of the integrated approach that the European Union can be utilizing in its foreign policy engagements. So briefly, the reality we live today in the peace mediation field is the reality of peace agreements that break very often, that don't last long, that are fragile, and they need a lot of support. We also have the reality of weak states and cross-border activities of military actors, and of course the reality of military and political actors not having enough incentives to move to peace, because the benefits of the war economy are significant. So with this brief framing of the reality of peace process, I think there is a great possibility for the European Union to utilize exactly the toolbox that I think Federica was referring to, in the form of peace dividends at crucial moments of the peace process and the mediation process, in order to encourage move towards peaceful economies, in order to de-link parts of the population, the civilian population, from criminal activities and war-focused activities, economic activities, and in this way to strengthen the agreements that have been produced by the mediation process. So yes, there is a lot of potential right now, I think, to bridge and to strategically use in tandem the development economic toolbox of the European Union with the diplomatic and mediation toolbox.
Barney, do you have other ideas for potential?
Indeed, I think that leverage is most effective when it is exercised when there has been a presence in situ already. It's very difficult to come in from the outside for the first time at the point of resolution and be effective in the leverage. I've seen the EU in Uganda was supporting at different levels efforts to end the conflict in the north of that country. It supported local actors, while at the same time engaging with the state in developing policies for the recovery of northern Uganda. So when it came to the point of negotiations, it already had a track record of that engagement, and it also strengthened its role in, if you like, translating some of what it heard at the local level to the state, because the state was not always very good at picking up on the views and concerns of people at the local level. So the best way of exercising leverage, and yet you're most effective when you don't need to talk about it very loudly, when your actions and policies and interventions demonstrate that you put your money where your mouth is in terms of your values. So even on issues like climate, etc., if the EU is already supporting interventions in that area, it will be easier to then make those linkages and introduce the issues during the peace process. Thank you.
Jihan, please.
Sarah, you mentioned at the very beginning that the EU was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2012. Indeed, EU has shown to the world that it is possible to come together after centuries of war and have lasting reconciliation. So EU leads by example. I think that's a huge place to start from. We also talked about EU and the UN. And of course, many EU countries are major contributors to the UN, especially when it comes to sustainable development. And as Katya said, this is indeed part of having all these processes supporting each other in a very cohesive, comprehensive manner. EU has also been very much involved in the reform of the UN to make it fit for the 21st century. So all of this is indeed a huge capacity to leverage economically, politically, socially, which the EU is actually doing. And also this is what gives the EU its global reach. Very quickly on the values, maybe more generally. First, I think, values, they have to be, I seem to have frozen, but I think values, they have value if they are applied consistently. That is what gives value their power. That is what makes people want to emulate them. And that's what makes people to aspire to them. The second point, you implied, Sarah, earlier that humility and respect are essential to make progress, especially in peace processes. So an element that we haven't talked about is empathy. Maybe we, implied again empathy, but we didn't mention it. So for me to start from a place of trying to understand the other is integral to maximizing chances of success. And eventually, if we actually want to achieve a world that we can proudly, I think, leave to the next generations.
Thank you so much. And I wouldn't be surprised if that was one of the parties calling you, because I know you're in incredibly high demand. Federica, you are the one with the ultimate insider's perspective. Any advice for your successors about how the EU can do more or use its leverage better to promote peace across the world?
My successors don't need advice, but I would say three things I think can maximize and multiply the leverage that the European Union has on facilitation and mediation. The first one is respect and humility. I think that because of the colonial past of Europe, we have to be cautious about that. We have to know that the first step is listening, understanding, and serving. If I can use a word that is not always often used, but I think it is important for Europeans to understand that they have to apply respect and humility whenever they go mediating or facilitating a process. The second one is partnership. I think leverage is multiplied by partnerships. I think Barney was referring to that. And the European Union is very good in partnering with regional players, local players, civil society, NGOs, even very local experiences or multilateral organizations, the UN agencies, whatever, partnering and not playing it solo. I think this is the multiplier of the leverage. And the third element is using the positive leverage. We focus sometimes on the deterrents, on the measures that can be imposed against one of the parties in a conflict or in a crisis, sanctions or things like that. I think that we not often focus enough on the positive incentives that we can offer to the parties to a conflict. What do you gain from it? What is there for you? At the end of the day, the parties in a conflict accept an agreement if they think that there is something good for them in it. And how do you implement it the day after? And in this, I think the European Union has the best potential to expand the potentiality of an agreement to stand over time. What is there for former combatants? What is there for reconciliation? We have lived through this in Europe. Post the transition from dictatorships to democracy, reunifications of countries, post-war reunifications and reconciliations. We have gone through everything in Europe. We know how to, I would say, to mend the wounds of a conflict. And I think that is the added value of the European mediation and facilitation toolbox to offer the positive incentives so that everybody can come out of an agreement, probably seeing in that agreement also parts they don't like, but recognizing that single line that is vital for them. And to make sure that everybody recognizes that single bit that for them is absolutely important and have it implemented the day after. So partnerships, humility and respect, and using the positive incentives and yes, the peace dividend as somebody put it.
Wow, if I were asked to update the mediation concept note, I think some of these words would really be the first opening sentences. Absolutely beautiful advice from everybody. I have many, many more questions, but there are also questions from our participating audience. And I would like to put a few, and then we'll go to the panel, and then everybody can choose with which question they engage. But also, please take the freedom to comment on what other panelists have said during the discussion. So pick up on earlier ideas. But the question that I'm going to read out is, the EU wears many hats in relation to conflicts. In addition to being a peace mediator, it's also a humanitarian, development, security, military, and migration management actor. How do these agendas affect the EU's role as a peace mediator? Although the EU recognizes the nexus between these different areas, there are also significant normative, political, and practical tensions at their intersection. Can the EU operationalize the nexus without securitizing peace and without compromising its commitment to human rights. Another question relates to the inclusivity debate. Inclusivity these days is like motherhood and apple pie. I mean, who can be against inclusion? But of course, could it also be that focusing on the inclusivity agenda or actually really pushing inclusivity has a cost? And a third question relates to root causes. So the mediation concept note also says, and a lot of mediators say, you need to address the root causes. But there's a counter argument, and that says conflicts change over time. And if one really wants to address the root cause at the moment of peacemaking, perhaps too much almost depends on the peace agreement instead of, for instance, the constitutional process that follows. So should peace processes, I mean, the actual peace negotiations, and can they actually address root causes? Now, we have 5 minutes left. So if I may, I hand over to the floor, beginning with Federica. And then if everybody could respond in 1 minute, I know it's very short, but take whatever you want to say, whether it has something to do with the question or not.
I'll try to answer to the first question. I've seen many, and I've led, I would say, as a high representative, many EU mediated or facilitated processes, or processes where the European Union was accompanying a mediation or facilitation done either by the UN or the African Union or other organizations. And I would say that in general, the different strands of work, the different agendas, being it humanitarian development, trade, even, they can be even digital or economic development, whatever, normally are coordinated in a way that they support the mediation and facilitation processes. So we try, I still say we, because still I consider still the College of Europe as somehow a European Union institution, even if of different nature. We try to make a certain coherence work among the different strands of work. It doesn't always happen, doesn't always work, but the idea is to have the humanitarian development, the trade, and all the different components of the EU policies serve a unique goal. And I don't see any risk. This is something I want to really underline, of having a securitarian approach to mediation and facilitation. Why? Because if you work on the ground, you perfectly understand that without a certain degree of security, there's basically nothing you can do. You have to move around the country. You have to be able to deliver aid if it's a matter of humanitarian aid or develop a project. A certain level of attention to security, it would be naive not to have it. And it would serve the purpose of those that are actually opposing the peace processes in most situations. Sorry, I took even more time than I thought I would have.
Thank you. You had a clear message. Jihan.
Let me maybe tackle the inclusivity and the root causes. I think we cannot approach the future without analyzing the past and understanding actually what are not only the historical elements that are causing these conflicts, but there is also a lot of emotion, you know, when we are talking about conflicts. So it's very critical to understand that package, but the focus should be on the future, and the future is about the sustainability of the process. I mean, the peace doesn't just start and end with a ceasefire agreement. And to make that sustainable, we definitely have to bring inclusivity into it. I was referring to the Sustainable Development Goals. If we leave anybody behind, that means what we have done is not actually lasting. So the idea is indeed not to look at the peace process in a silo, but to look at it in a comprehensive manner, bringing together all the elements and all the stakeholders. I'll stop there for the sake of my other panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I fully agree that the peace process should be forward-looking, because some of the challenges and the fractures that come up in society are from new developments. The discussion on climate emphasizes that. So as much as we need to address the past, we would fail in our job if we don't try to anticipate from current trends where the society will be in 10, 20 years, and we try to leave behind institutions and also social mechanisms that will be resilient and will protect and support the cohesion of the society going forward. Thank you.
25 seconds. Katja.
Just quickly on the inclusivity question, Sarah, and I agree with everything that has been said already. I think there is no way of putting the inclusivity gene back into the bottle. There is a global demand for voice, especially among the young generations. So our job as mediation and peacemaking practitioners is to think of how we practice it rather than whether we practice it. And it's not a question of bringing people to one negotiation table. Peace processes are fragmented, have multiple tables, multiple aspects, as we have discussed already. And there's plenty of creativity out there in the mediation field on how to do it to promote inclusion at all stages of the peace process. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for a really rich discussion. And I would like to thank everybody who's been watching for joining us. Stay tuned, because the next panel on peace and human rights will actually be on the opposite of what Federica mentioned, the positive incentives. It will be on the EU and sanctions. So please join us, stay tuned in, and to the panelists, thank you so much for your insights.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Pleasure.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Here in Florence, we preserve the memory of the project of the European Union, which started with the Schuman Declaration in 1950.
My job is to look after and preserve for future generations the papers, records of persons, individuals, associations, and more importantly in this case, the official papers of the European institutions.
Archives Day is a very important thing, because once a year we can reflect on certain subjects, in this case archives. Archives exist on every level. Every person has got his personal archives, then it goes up to international archives, which is, for example, the case of the European Union Historical Archives.
It's the history of Europe since the Cold War, so we can't deny it and we have to preserve it. And it's so important, considering what's happening politically, that we understand what happened in the past, maybe to move forward in a better way.
We all have a stake in this union, so we can elect the European Parliament members, we can understand what the politics are of the European Union, and being a citizen we have the right also to understand what the European Union does.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2021 edition of the State of the Union organized by the European University Institute here in Florence. My name is Martin Roos. I'm Deputy Director of the Migration Policy Institute here at the EUI, and I'm also a member of the Mercatur Dialogue on Asylum and Migration, which is an international research alliance to inform European debates on asylum and migration policies. I'm delighted to introduce and chair this panel today on EU-Africa and EU-Turkey cooperation on migration and refugee protection. We have an excellent group of panelists who I will introduce very briefly. First of all, I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Francisco André, who is Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation in Portugal. As all of you know, Portugal currently holds the presidency of the EU Council, so we are very grateful to the State Secretary for being here with us today. I'm also delighted to welcome Mr. Atelbak Basu, who's Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South in Morocco. Mr. Basu is an expert in security studies and will provide a Moroccan perspective on migration policy cooperation with the EU. Due to technical difficulties, Mr. Basu will hopefully join us very soon during the panel. I'm also happy to welcome Professor Catherine Costello, who is Professor of Fundamental Rights at the Hertie School in Berlin, and she's an expert on European and international refugee and migration law. And I'm delighted to welcome Professor Kemal Kirishi, who is a Senior Fellow at the Center on the United States and Europe's Turkey Project at Brookings, and he specializes in Turkish foreign policy and migration studies. For those of you who are participating via the digital platform, you can check your live discussion box and you can post your questions for the panelists there, and I'll do my best in the second part of the panel to relate those questions to the speakers. You can also join our live poll, and if you're on Twitter and if you want to tweet, please make sure to use the hashtag SOU2021. We have limited time, but I do want to set the scene very briefly. So let me give you some background to this panel. As many of you know, for many years now, issues of migration and refugee protection have been high on the political agenda of many European states, but also at the level of the EU as a whole. Our focus today is on the external dimension of EU policymaking on migration and refugee issues. So that means how the European Union works with other countries to protect refugees, to control borders and reduce irregular migration, and also to open up legal pathways to the EU. The recently released new pact, the EU's new pact on asylum and migration, would like to expand such cooperations. And these types of cooperations, of course, raise many questions. What are they fundamentally about? What are the goals and objectives? How should they be implemented? And what are the effects in practice, not only for the cooperating partner countries, but importantly also for refugees and migrants themselves? Probably the best known cooperation is, of course, the EU-Turkey agreement that was struck in 2016. And again, as many of you will know, the basic idea of that agreement was the EU provides financial assistance for refugees in Turkey in exchange for Turkish efforts to help reduce irregular migration to the EU. The effects of this agreement have been debated extensively in recent years, and discussions are now underway about whether and how this cooperation can be continued. Similarly, the EU has tried to intensify cooperation with many African countries of migrants' origin or transit. This has involved talking about readmission agreements that facilitate the return of irregular migrants to origin countries, but also the EU Trust Fund for Africa, and talks about how to open up legal labor migration channels. So the idea of this panel really is to reflect on past experiences, the issues that have been raised by these types of cooperations, and importantly, what it means for the future. And our key aim really is to discuss these issues from different perspectives. So from the perspective of the EU, Turkey, Morocco, but also taking account of impacts on migrants and refugees themselves. We will also reflect on the role of public attitudes in this debate. And after the initial round of comments from our panelists, I will share some new results that we've obtained through a survey conducted by YouGov on public attitudes to these types of cooperation agreements. So with that brief introduction, I would like to turn to the panel, and I would like to begin with State Secretary Andres. Mr. State Secretary, from your perspective, how can and how should cooperation between the EU and Turkey and between the EU and African countries improved going forward? The new EU pact says that this is something that needs to be done. What are the key issues from the perspective of the EU?
Well, thank you very much. But before that, Professor Martin Ruiz, but in fact, Professors Abel Basu, Catherine Costello, and Kemal Grici, it's a pleasure and an honor for me to be sharing this event today with you, and congratulations to EY for this initiative, and especially for the 10th anniversary of this State of the Union. Answering to your question is not definitely an easy task. It's a complex issue, both for the EU external relations, but also within the European Union itself. Migration and asylum are sometimes misunderstood concepts, which are only taken from the security perspective, and we should look, as you say, and observe it from different angles. The adoption of the Pact on Migration and Asylum is a clear proof of the European willingness to lead and to act in a more serious and determined manner our approach to migration. And I mean migration in all its dimensions. And even more than that, the Pact provides the necessary tools for the European Union to manage migratory flows in a shared and responsible and solidarity-based manner in line with what are our European values. The external dimension of migration policies gathers today consensus among member states, particularly the strengthening of cooperation with countries of origin and transit. But such an approach must be comprehensive, tailor-made, and mutually beneficial. And at the same time, this cooperation must be developed as a long-term vision. Yet we cannot reduce this debate with our neighboring countries to security dimension, or even to the readmission. We must convene and use all tools and policy instruments that the European Union and also its member states for this approach. And this includes, of course, development cooperation, my field, legal migration, control of irregular migration, judicial cooperation, visa policy, and also the fight against the traffic of human beings. And we must tackle also the roots of irregular migration and strengthen the protection of migrants and asylum seekers, always ensuring the respect of their rights. And this should remain the main goals of the European Union and its member states, whether with Turkey or whether with Africa. And we, Portugal, as a member state, we consider, and we will still continue to emphasize this, that migrants should not be seen as a burden. On the contrary, we consider that migrants make vital contributions to the countries of destination. We are one example, and also to their home countries. They help to bridge the gaps in the labor market. They create new business opportunities. They add to our national tax base. And of course, they contribute to our cultural diversity and also to our society openness. And a fundamental aspect, they also are an important factor on the reverse of negative demographic trends. And at the same time, their transfers help to balance a lot the income of the countries of origin. Regarding Turkey, and answering specifically about Turkey, Turkey remains a key player with whom we need to continue to cooperate and manage the migration flows. We have a strategic interest in the development of a more cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship with Turkey through the adoption of a better and a positive agenda. On the other hand, it's also obvious that Turkey must show readiness to promote a genuine partnership with us and with our member states, and try to solve the differences through dialogue and in accordance with national law. And likewise, the same goes for Africa. The relationship and close cooperation between European Union and Africa in what regards the common management of migration flows is a paramount. The post-Cotonou agreement, just recently initialed, who's doing this semester, aims also to elevate the relationship with the African, Caribbean, and Pacific states into a more political and strategic partnership. And on this, before stopping, I would like to underline that we have now a new paradigm in the traditional donor-recipient relationship, but also the inclusion of provisions on investment, facilitation and protection, economic growth, fight against climate change, and as well as provisions on legal migration, return, and readmission. The objective is to implement a comprehensive and balanced approach to migration and to reap the benefits of a safe, orderly, and regular migration and mobility. And also, of course, to stop irregular migration by addressing its root causes and always in full respect of international law. And this is why we consider that this text that was now finalized will contribute to this equal and effective partnership.
Thank you very much, State Secretary Andre. I think this was an excellent opening intervention, and thank you for highlighting the importance of thinking about these cooperations in quite comprehensive terms. I think in public debates, we often focus on border control, but as you highlight, to be effective and to be attractive to all sides, they need to include many other issues, including development considerations, and of course also refugee protection. Let me now turn to Professor Kirishi to talk about EU-Turkey in particular and specifically to get a Turkish perspective on some of these issues. As many people watching this panel will know, the EU-Turkey statement agreed in 2016 has been debated a lot. It seems that discussions are going on about a potential future cooperation. What is your perspective on what we have learned so far and in terms of going forward?
Thank you, Professor Roos. I'm delighted to be part of this panel. Very briefly, I'd like to reflect on my perspective on the new pact and say a few words about the EU-Turkey statement. And then maybe in the second round, I can reflect how to move it forward. I appreciate that the new pact is still a proposal and it faces a multitude of challenges within the European Union. I have 2 points to make about it. The pact has been resembled to a building. The first floor is partnership with the third countries, and then you're familiar with the second and third one. What I'd like to highlight is that I was quite taken back that the new pact doesn't say anything about the basement. And the basement is the reality that 85% of the refugees in the world are in third world countries. And then 77% of them find themselves in a protracted situation with no durable solutions in the form of resettlement, local integration, or a voluntary return. And that there's hardly any reference to the Global Compact on Refugees, which makes suggestions on how to address the problems resulting from a basement. Second point to make very quickly is that though the new pact is calling for mutually beneficial partnership, I really was taken back that there are coercive elements in the pact, such as threatening restrictive visa measures with third countries that are unwilling to cooperate in managing migration. Minister, you have a plate full there to address as the Portuguese presidency. On the EU-Turkey statement, 2 observations. I will not address the part of the EU-Turkey statement that deals with broader EU-Turkish relations. The migration part of it that deals with stopping irregular migration, we can go into the details of it if it's necessary. It's pretty much been achieved. What I'd like to detail is FRIT, the Facility for Refugees in Turkey. Professor Roots has mentioned how there's a lot of debate on that particular statement, but I categorically argue that FRIT has been very successful, that the picture would look very different if there had not been a FRIT in place. I'd like to highlight two successful programs. The Emergency Social Safety Net, which provides a tiny little stipend, but a very important one, to about 1.8 million Syrian and other refugees. This is also accompanied by a conditional cash transfer for education. I believe moving forward, these should continue. What is often also overlooked is the way in which there's been a lot of bureaucratic cooperation. The EU and EU Commission and Turkish public agencies work very closely. Civil society has been extensively involved. And the EU should be extremely happy against all the criticism that comes out of the EU against the statement, is that since 2016, Syrian refugees have become pretty much settled in Turkey, if not integrated. And when last year in February, March, there was that border crisis on the Greek border, very few Syrian refugees attempted to make it forward. How should we move forward? Well, Professor Roots has promised that he will ask me the question in the second round. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much. I think it's been very useful to highlight the role of FRIT and the difference that EU money has made to help with refugee protection in Turkey. Let me turn now to Mr. Basu. First of all, welcome, and we're delighted that we could solve our technical problems and you can join us. We've just spoken about EU-Turkey cooperation. The EU has, of course, a long-standing cooperation with many African countries. Some aspects are considered to have worked well, others less so. I'd like to ask you to offer a Moroccan perspective on what needs to change to improve cooperations and what are the key issues from your perspective?
Thank you, Professor Ross. And hello, everybody. First of all, I want to say that I read several papers about the new pacts on immigration and asylum. And, I'm really convinced that Europeans shows a genuine will to improve the cooperation between European Union and non-member states in the East and in the South. However, I believe that it's still necessary to improve this cooperation, to take into account some of the East and South neighbors' concerns. By example, in Morocco, between 2014 and 2019, Morocco regularized the situation of more than 40,000 migrants who were in an irregular situation and who were waiting for the opportunity to go to live to Europe. I think those 40,000 are fewer migrants for Europe. They stay in Morocco. But what we have to put in mind is that Morocco cannot do more if it isn't supported in this effort. It is therefore, I think, necessary to give the southern countries which are making an effort to regularize migrants and refugees, to give them all the necessary aid to develop to a level which allows them to relieve Europe and to regularize situation and to be a destination of migrants. I would like to highlight another point, and this point is concerns some difficulties that our countries have. The first point is the relationship between the governments in the southern Mediterranean countries, for example, Morocco, and their public opinion around the issue of the fight against migration. When our government, with the governments of transit countries take action to prevent migrants from leaving for Europe, they are criticized by the public union of the country. Why? Because the population of the countries of transit are themselves victims of draconian conditions to enter Europe. They have one thing in common with the migrants which come from Sub-Sahara, something in common between population in the transit countries and the Sub-Saharan is that both of the two populations are undesirable in Europe. They must meet almost impossible conditions to reach Europe. And then the population in our countries, in the transit countries, are more in solidarity with the migrant than with their government and the European government. On several occasions, promises to alleviate the conditions for entry into Europe territory have been announced, but I think never have effects or been applied. And even when relief measures are applied, they are superficial, I think, and do not resolve entry issues. Generally, these facilities only affect diplomats or officials and not the population, which always feel frustrated to see its country and its state helping Europe, but to see Europe not accepting them. I think Europe must win the hearts of the population in the transit countries by granting them a special and privileged status when it comes to their access to Europe. I think by doing so, Europe will help governments of the transit countries to gain acceptance of the policy measures they undertake. I have some other points, but I think I will talk about in another range.
Excellent. Thank you very much, particularly for highlighting also the important role, I think, of public attitudes, not only in Europe, of course, but also, as you say, in Morocco, in Turkey, and in the countries that Europe is trying to cooperate with. And we'll try to come back to that point a little bit later. I will now turn to Professor Costello, as I said, who specializes in human rights and European migration laws. So, Catherine, from your perspective, what key issues do these types of partnerships raise, and what can and should be improved?
Thank you, Martin. I think, first of all, I wanted to highlight a question about voice, because so far, understandably, we've discussed these arrangements in terms of cooperation between the EU and particular states. And of course, especially when we're talking about refugee protection, refugees are by definition often, in a protracted sense, disenfranchised. So the question of rights and participation and voice is a really acute one. And obviously I can't take on that role, but I think by design, it's something we should all be thinking a lot harder about. In terms of these cooperative arrangements, of course, they're diverse, and of course, they have different objectives, but we also know that they have a very hard edge. And Professor Qureshi outlined some of the benign, in fact, in some ways positive impact of the EU-Turkey deal. But of course, we have to take into account its negative impact on human rights. So this form of externalization involves a containment aspect. And as we know, the human rights situation on the Greek islands continues to deteriorate. And so I think we have to ask ourselves, what is the price of apparent success? And really, is apparent success if all we're really focusing on is diminishing irregular arrivals? And I really think, although it's quite clear that the EU-Turkey deal coincided with a very significant decline in numbers leaving Turkey and going, attempting to come to the EU to seek asylum, I mean, that process was already in decline. And I think we really need to be careful about a comfortable empirical assumption that the EU-Turkey deal was responsible in and of itself for stemming arrivals. Having said that, of course, these arrangements can be part of a system which does leverage better refugee protection and better refugee rights. Professor Qureshi mentioned financial support for Turkey, and of course that's been considerable. I think the evidence base to really assess its impact isn't there, but of course it's a considerable amount of money, and particularly for education and healthcare, it seems to go in the right directions. I think there are serious questions about non-Syrians, protection seekers in Turkey, and their lack of status and access to protection, though. I think the second dimension we might want to talk about and take a harder look at is the right to work. Certainly the formal right to work hasn't been granted to Syrians in Turkey in any great numbers. And perhaps the most interesting experiment in that respect, which is the Jordan Compact. I think they're also, although there are significant results in a way from the Jordan Compact, they're also hard to interpret, and there is a negative side. So one negative side might be that actually these moves to offer refugees access to the formal labor market, especially in states like Jordan, actually involve a lot of tied labor. And often refugees are very clear that that's not the kind of job they want. In the case of the Jordan Compact, it was expected that refugees would take jobs which would mean displacing tied, often women, migrant workers from Southeast Asia in the garment sector. And it's one of the reasons that didn't happen. So I think there are hard questions to answer there. There's been some wonderful studies on this. In particular, Jennifer Gordon for the ILO did a great study on these kinds of practices which aim to leverage the right to work, but we're not sure whether they're successful. And the final point that I wanted to make just very briefly was a broader question about framing and how we decide what is success. So I already suggested that we shouldn't be too comfortable in imagining that immobility or lack of irregular movement should always be a measure of success, particularly where these projects, as is the case with the EU Trust Fund for Africa, are development projects. So that might simply just distort our evaluation of what success is. But I think more deeply, there's a concern about return being a measure of success. So the EU really strong emphasis on return, which is in fact deportation, as being a key element of policy success, and a kind of a lack of discussion about regularization in Europe and whether states of origin can actually exercise their voice to bring pressure on EU member states to regularize irregular migrants as part of a sensible policy mix in Europe. And finally, on the question of framing and the question of how mobility is framed, I think there are really big questions to be asked, and I haven't found any good answers in the scholarship or in the policy literature about impact on regional mobility commitments, in particular in Africa. In ECOWAS, for example, in IGAD, I've read some reports suggesting that the way EU Trust Fund for Africa funding is framed has very different impacts in those two regions. But certainly, I think it's a big question for the EU as an entity which has thrived because of regional mobility to ask and consider whether its practices in African states are undermining African attempts at regional mobility on the continent and within regions on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I think your important point about the question of how these partnerships are framed and discussed is a nice segue to what I want to do next, which is to briefly share some results from a YouGov survey that was conducted a few days ago. YouGov teamed up with the EUI, and this survey included questions about how the public in France, Germany, Italy, and the UK think about these types of cooperations. And I just want to show you a few results from this survey. I shall share my screen. I hope you can see this. So what we did was ask this question that you see on the right here, is the European Union is making efforts to increase its cooperation with non-EU countries on migration and refugee protection. Do you think this cooperation should or should not aim to do the following? So we tried to find out what people think the cooperation should try to do. What should be the key goals? So the first goal that we mentioned was provide EU financial support for the protection of refugees in non-EU countries. And people could say whether they think that this should be part of the cooperation, it should not be, or don't know. And what you see here is that most of the people, and especially in Italy, agree that this should be an important part of the cooperation. In France, people are split, 39-38, on whether this should be part of it, but overall, I think we find a lot of support for the idea of using these partnerships to provide EU financial support for protection of refugees in non-EU countries. The second objective that we mentioned was whether the protection of refugees in the EU should be an important component. So it's not about only sending money and help out of the EU to help with refugee protection, but also protect refugees in the EU. And again, you see a lot of support here, but also some country differences. Interestingly, in Italy, 62% of the people agree, in the UK as well. Support in Germany and France is a bit lower, but almost half of people there as well agree that refugee protection in the EU should be a part of this. We asked about reducing illegal migration or irregular migration to the EU. Unsurprisingly, majorities in all countries agreed that this should be an important goal of the cooperation. Again, some country differences. In Italy, in particular, the share is quite high. And the last objective that we mentioned is the expansion of opportunities for migrants to legally come to the EU to work. This was something that was suggested by Mr. Basu as well as part of these cooperation agreements. One incentive that the European Union wants or suggests it offers is legal labor migration opportunities. Should this be part? Again, some country differences. In Italy, almost 2/3 of the public agree that this should be part of it, slightly lower share in the UK, and the public is more balanced in Germany and France. So there are some interesting country differences, but also I think what this shows is that large numbers and majorities in many countries that we surveyed agree that the cooperation should have all of these components and not just be focused, for example, on border control. Okay, I'll stop sharing my slides now again. And I would, in the time remaining, about 15 minutes, I would like to return our panelists with some follow-up questions. I'm beginning to take some questions from the audience as well. I'd like to remind the audience that if you have questions, please post them in the chat and I'll try to relay them to the panelists. Again, we'll start again with the State Secretary. If you want to respond to any of the issues that have been brought up by the other panelists, there's also a question from the audience, from Floria Birban, an EUI alumna, and she asks to what extent there's a common denominator between EU-Africa and EU-Turkey cooperation. And some people sometimes talk about EU-Turkey as a potential model for future EU-Africa cooperation. That is, of course, very much debated and contested. What are your views on this? If I could ask you to limit yourself to 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I will do my best. Let me just start by saying that in my last intervention, I mentioned the post-Cotonou agreement as one opportunity to address the negative impacts of irregular immigration. But as some of our colleagues already here mentioned, to tackle this issue, we should not only use the approach of security, but also the approach of solidarity and cooperation. And for that, allow me to say that we need financial and political instruments. And this is why we worked so hard during this semester to reach an agreement with the European Parliament and with the Council, of course, to finally adopt and have an agreement on the NDC. The NDC is not only a strange acronym, is the financial instrument that will allow us to work on cooperation policies for neighboring and development and international cooperation for the next years. And just to have to give you a slight idea of what is at stake here, we are talking about an envelope of almost 80 billion euros until 27, of which almost 30 billion are dedicated to sub-Saharan Africa. And even more than that, 10% of the funds available in this NDC are to be dedicated to the support of migrations governance and forced displacements, and of course, as well as to the fight of the root causes of these irregular migrations. This is why I think that we must focus not only on the security and border control, but to pursue also cooperation with the third countries, that a cooperation that has to be effective and has to be fair, sustainable, and honest for both sides. But for people to understand what we are discussing when we talk about cooperation, this means that we need to sometimes provide concrete examples. For instance, from the country where I'm coming from, not as the EU presidency, Portugal, I'd just like to give you 2 examples of cooperation and 1 example of what we can do in terms of solidarity. First of all, just to mention that when it comes to fight the factors and the roots and causes of migration, we are implementing a project in Gambia, not one of the more obvious partner countries for Portugal, project called Techifi, to promote active employment, to create new job opportunities, to possibilities of new businesses and sustainable business models in agriculture. And it's as simple as a project of 5 million euros can reach the potential of addressing the needs of more than 13,000 people. But when it comes to solidarity, and I see that the clock is ticking very fastly, when it comes to the solidarity, just allow me to focus just for 30 seconds on refugees and asylum seekers, and on why it's so important to have in mind always this idea of solidarity. Just to give you an example, during these worst days and during the phases of the pandemic, we decided in Portugal that all foreigners in Portugal, irrespectively of their status, are treated as permanent residents. In very concrete terms, this ensures that migrants and asylum seekers have access to public services, national healthcare service and welfare benefits, and also to the practical and administrative things and services that they need as we all need. Bank accounts, work and rental contracts, just for give you a couple of examples. And I think that sometimes it's, I know that I'm not part of the group of the professors, and I try to focus on more concrete examples, but I think that these are the kind of examples that show us how we can improve cooperation on this subject of migration and also refugee protection.
Thank you, State Secretary. Professor Kirishi, I also want to give you the opportunity to respond quickly if you want to what you've heard, but particularly also to reflect on what comes next in EU-Turkey cooperation, and maybe in particular say something about the difficult issue, whether and to what extent it's possible to separate migration dialogues, migration cooperation from wider issues in the EU-Turkey relationship.
The red clock is ticking away. So the second issue that you referred to is a very important one, but I hope you guys can organize a panel on it separately. Moving forward on the narrower issue, I need to flag out that the Turkish economy is not where it was when the Syrians were first arriving. At the time, the Turkish per capita income was around almost $13,000. Today, it's plummeting down under $8,000. And the pandemic is making poverty come back. Professor Castello has mentioned the access to formal labor market. The Syrians are mostly working in the informal market, and I need not go into the details of how appalling the conditions are, including child labor. I see a way out from this. It is in the Global Compact on Refugees. Paragraph 70 and 71 is suggesting exploring trade facilitation for countries that are hosting large number of refugees, as long as refugees can access the formal economy. I believe this is an area where EU and Turkey ought to work for. I can spare you the details of it. Another area that comes out of the Global Compact on Refugees, and we must not forget that this year is the 70th anniversary of the 1951 Geneva Convention. Resettlement is an important durable solution that needs to be revisited with a very open mind. Last point, I'd like to share a point with Professor Castello, the human rights point. In this year particularly, it's just heartbreaking to see that the European Union is resorting to pushback and denying Article 33 in the convention. It hurts the European Union's normative power image terribly. Time is limited. I better stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid the format is quite unforgiving and the red clock is ticking that we all see. I'd like to turn straight to Mr. Basu and maybe comment on something that I think was implicit in what you said, is this issue of potentially opening up labor migration, legal labor migration opportunities to the EU. Could you comment on how important that would be from your point of view, to Morocco and to the negotiations about cooperation? If you turn on your mic, please, you're muted.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Yes, I think population here have to feel that they win something. I think, and I remember when I was young, in the 17th, I think, and the 18th, our parents, our families, went to France, Spain, Italy without visa. And always they come, they stay there 3, 6, one year, month or 1 year, and they come back. They were sure if they want to come back to France or to Italy, they can. Now, when a Moroccan, the population goes to France, he see or he know that if he comes back to Morocco, it will be very difficult to return to France. And then when he has the opportunity to go to France, he stay there, even illegally. I think this issue is very important, but I want to underline something else, and it's about our interlocutor. When the transit countries like Morocco want to negotiate the entry and the residence laws of their citizens in Europe or in European countries, they must address each European country alone, individually. But when it comes to cooperating to control migration to Europe, the interlocutor becomes Brussels, becomes Europe. Then we can't negotiate advantages for our citizens and migration problems at the same table or with the same interlocutor. Morocco, by example, must deal with France, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Belgium, and so on to negotiate the situation of its citizens in Europe. But when it comes to be the policeman in the borders of Europe, the interlocutor is Europe. I think countries like Morocco in the southern side of the Mediterranean must have the same one interlocutor for both the issues.
Thank you for raising this very important issue about the role of the EU as a whole vis-a-vis individual member states, but also we could have a discussion also about the role of individual African states vis-a-vis the African Union in these discussions. Let me now turn immediately to Catherine and include also a couple of questions from the audience. We had one question which asks, when these external arrangements lead to human rights violations, to what extent can the EU be held accountable? And another comment raises the kind of moral issues and concerns that such cooperation raises. So from your perspective, again, as somebody who kind of thinks about the legal aspects of it and who's done research, there's an obvious political imperative to control migration. Public attitudes seem to people want control, they want protection, but also control. How would you respond to some of these issues?
I think one point that I would make about legal accountability and what the EU-Turkey statement and the EU Trust Fund for Africa have in common is a crisis framing. In fact, the EU Trust Fund for Africa is legally an emergency measure, and that legally then allowed the EU to escape some of its own procurement laws in how it actually disperses funds. And so I think that's a question which has important implications both for legal and political accountability. And when is the migration crisis over? If all irregular migration is a crisis, then we've generated a way of thinking which is a perpetual crisis. I think with the EU-Turkey statement, notionally the EU is clearly responsible, but actual establishing legal accountability has been really difficult, including before the Court of Justice of the European Union, which deemed that the statement was not legally an EU measure. And also the attempts to trace accountability to actions of Frontex with regard to pushbacks have been difficult, although at the moment there are several different inquiries going on about Frontex actions. But of course, these are areas where there are complex shared responsibility. But I think in theory, the EU as an actor, compared to a lot of other international organizations, has a court, it has its own sort of set of a Charter of Fundamental Rights and legal accountability mechanisms. I wanted then to go to this broader question about the pole maybe and the way that it's framed, because of course it turns on this distinction between refugees and migrants. And you didn't actually pose a question about refugee mobility and people's right to flee. So you had a question about juxtaposing refugee protection here or there, and then a question about mobility in the form of migration. But of course, refugees need to flee, and ideally, they also need migration opportunities. So I think refugee mobility and questions about legalizing seeking asylum, I think they were at the heart of the 2015 refugee crisis, and the EU still hasn't really dealt with that issue. And I do agree with Professor Qureshi that resettlement is part of this discussion, but I think it's only part. Resettlement is a highly discretionary tool. And for refugees themselves, it denies them all agency and say in their future very often. So I think looking at, in the language of the Global Compact, complementary pathways, other ways to legalize access to asylum, those issues are just as urgent now as they were in 2015.
Excellent, thank you very much. We have 1 minute left, which just gives me a chance to thank all of the panelists for participating. Obviously, the format is such that we've just discussed the tip of the iceberg of all these issues, but it was never the intention, of course, to give a comprehensive account. I think many of us here are working on these issues very actively. So if people in the audience are interested in following up, please do get in touch. At the MEDAM project, we will later this month publish a report on the EU-Turkey cooperation on migration and refugee protection, including new data on public attitudes to this cooperation. So thank you very much, State Secretary. Thank you, Professor Qureshi. Thank you, Catherine, and thank you, Mr. Basu. Thanks to everybody in the audience who have joined. I hope you can join some of the later sessions as well, which will start very soon. And I'm delighted we managed to stick to time. Thank you and goodbye.
You know that special feeling when you finally see the bigger picture? When you look at something from a different angle and suddenly it all makes sense. When people from different backgrounds and cultures work together, sharing insights, looking for answers, posing new questions about the world we live in. Remarkable things happen at intersections. And the European University Institute in Florence is where you experience it. Pursue your PhD in economics, history, law, or political and social sciences.
I decided to do my PhD at the EUI because it provides a unique structure of the PhD, where you can fully work on your own project.
Our professors are eager to help you contribute in your own way to a better understanding of our ever-changing world. Our campus is located among the beautiful hills overlooking Florence. We offer a well-structured and fully funded PhD program with close supervision, advanced courses, and training opportunities.
The UI makes a huge effort in bringing top professionals to come and give seminars to us. They also pay a lot of attention in making sure that they're matching with your supervisor.
You will have access to our first-class research library and the historical archives of the European Union.
To me, the role of archive is fundamental. As an early modern historian, but at the UI you find one of the most important archives in Europe.
You'll get plenty of opportunity to interact with visiting experts and leaders.
I would say that the student life at the UI is very lively. I mean, there are many clubs for sports activities or acting or music.
Experience a truly international environment in the company of over 1,000 scholars from 75 countries. You will make connections for life.
Why would I recommend the EUI to new researchers? Well, I think it is because in this place, you come here with your own research topic. You come here on your own proposal, and I think that's really unique.
And I think if you use it right, then you can really make it an unforgettable time.
Apply now and become the best you can be.
afternoon and welcome to the 2021 edition of the State of the Union Conference organized by the European University Institute. My name is Philipp Gentschel. I'm a professor of political science here in Florence, and it's my pleasure to chair this panel on international tax policy. With me today are three prominent experts. First is Ioana Petrescu. She's a senior fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School and a former finance minister of Romania. Next is Thomas Rixen. He's a professor of political economy at the Free University of Berlin. And finally, there's Pascal Saint-Amand. He's the director of the OECD's Tax Policy and Administration Center. Now, I'm sure many of you remember the famous Benjamin Franklin quote on the two certainties in life, death and taxation. That sounds cool and has a true ring, but it was never quite clear whether it applied to corporate taxation. This is first because corporations are legal entities, and legal entities don't have to die. So death is not a certainty for them. And secondly, more important for this panel, it's not quite clear how much tax they pay. According to the European Commission, Apple paid an effective tax rate on its profits in Ireland of 0.005% in 2011. Maybe they miscalculated, but even if they miscalculated by a factor of 1,000, that would still be a fairly low tax rate. So what's going on? A lot of observers say that the proximate cause for low corporate taxation is a race to the bottom in corporate tax rates driven by international competition. This competition has triggered attempts to stop the race at the EU level, the OECD level, the global level, but none of these attempts have been particularly successful and effective. This could be changing. So currently there seems to be new momentum in international negotiations. There's serious talk about a fundamental overhaul of the international tax rules. There are even rumors of a possible deal as early as July this year. The purpose of the panel is to simply understand these developments. So my first question to the panel is, why is the corporate tax worth defending? It's an old tax. The first corporate tax was introduced in Bolivia in 1873. A lot of pundits say it's a bad tax, it's inefficient, it's growth unfriendly. So why should we defend it at all? Why shouldn't we simply let it slip into oblivion? So Ioana, you want to go first, perhaps?
Thank you, Philip, and thank you for the European University Institute for inviting me to the State of the Union. It's certainly a timely discussion, this one about the corporate income tax. I think the short answer to your specific question is because corporate income tax still brings a lot of money to governments, despite all the problems that you mentioned previously. So if we're looking at the data from the World Bank, approximately 16% of GDP is collected on average in profit taxes all around the world, about 14% in high-income countries and 18% of GDP in low-income countries. So this is not a small amount of taxes at all. Now, of course, there are the issues that you mentioned about tax base erosion that have been, the front for a while. And I think we can see that some countries decided to take matter into their own hands. And clearly, you can't just get rid of the corporate tax. Maximum you can do is actually replace it with something else. So we see that the countries like Italy, for example, or France, they look to tax sort of digital services in order to reduce this problem of tax avoidance. Now, while this might seem like a good solution, it's not a perfect alternative to the corporate income tax, right? Because on one hand, they are taxing in this way just a subset of this corporation. It's actually a pretty narrow set of these firms. A lot of them continue to do tax avoidance, so it doesn't quite solve that problem. Of course, it is easier from the political point of view to impose such a tax because most of these companies are foreign companies. So for domestic politicians, it is easier politically to come up with these solutions rather than pursuing maybe a multilateral agreement. So in conclusion, I would say that the corporate income tax is here to stay, and certainly it needs to be adapted to the 21st century. I think we know what solutions might be there, but it is difficult to reach a multinational agreement on how to modify this corporate income tax such that every corporation would pay their fair share.
Thank you. Thomas, you want to add to this?
Yes, well, first of all, thanks for the invitation, for the opportunity to discuss these things with you here. The corporate tax, do we need it? And of course, this is basically, it's an age-old question of public finance and tax design studies. Many economists have argued, well, we don't need this tax because it's rolled over to consumers or workers, or why tax the corporation? We could also tax at the shareholder level only, and so on. And of course, there are counter arguments, and I would definitely take the counter position to this, because in my view, the corporate tax is really an essential part of the tax system. It is really important for the integrity of the entire tax system because, as other public finance scholars would say, it serves a backstop function. And the backstop function basically means that if you don't tax at the corporate level, basically corporations can be turned into gigantic tax shelters, and shareholders could use them, basically capitalists could use them to hide their income from the taxman. And we don't want that for the revenue reasons that Joanna talked about, but also for basic fairness reasons that wouldn't be desirable. And I think this backstop function is actually more relevant these days than it ever was, because we have a time of growing monopoly power of huge businesses, tech giants, and so on. We have huge corporate savings that aren't really invested, that sit idly within these corporations. And under these circumstances, I think a corporate income tax can really be a forceful counter instrument against these trends. And in effect, therefore, I would think that it's not true that the corporate tax is inefficient. I think under the current conditions, it probably a higher and more effective corporate tax would actually make would actually be a very efficient tax, because it could incite companies to invest more and actually be something that goes against growing monopoly power.
Great.
I think that would be sort of why I think the corporate tax really is needed.
Pascal, you want to add to this?
Actually, no. I mean, I will take 1 or 2 minutes to speak first. Thanks for the invitation, and glad to be on that panel. I fully agree with what has just been said by Joanna and Thomas. It's a backstop to personal income tax, and you cannot conceive a system without personal income tax, or it's a very unfair system or a very unusual system. You have that in Bermuda, in Cayman Island, and these very small economies depend exclusively on custom duties or on sales tax. These are pretty unfair systems and not sustainable for larger economies. So you need personal income tax. And if you have personal income tax, you don't want the companies to be exempt, because all the profit, everybody will incorporate, and all the salaries would turn into profit, which would never be distributed. So that's the backstop. The revenue is significant, around 10% of the revenue globally, if you look at the OECD average. Yes, there are challenges in a globalized economy with multinational companies being able to arbitrate one sovereignty against the other. We have seen a race to the bottom. We have seen pressures to lower corporate income tax rate, to empty the base, and that's where if we want to keep corporate income tax, which I think we want to, we need to address the challenges of globalization, which includes the challenges of the digitalization of the economy. That's what we're working on. We'll go back to that, but definitely we need to keep corporate income tax.
Perfect, thank you. Now, assuming that the corporate income tax is worth defending, why has it been so difficult to actually defend it? So international attempts have started in the 1920s. The OECD is at the center of international negotiations since the 1960s. Since the 1990s, there's heightened concern about harmful tax competition and how to stop it. So why do we still have this problem? What have been the most salient political and technical obstacles to effective tax cooperation in the past? Thomas, you want to go first this time?
Yes. Maybe as a political scientist, I'll focus on the political obstacles. And I'd say there's probably three different levels or aspects that we have to focus on. First one has already kind of been mentioned, the race to the bottom, and I would say it's an issue that comes from the fact that we have national tax sovereignty in a global economy. And this means that small countries in particularly have an incentive to lower their taxes or to have special tax regimes to lure foreign tax base into their territory. And basically this is the process that we call tax competition, and this has caused the race to the bottom that you've talked about already. So this is a very demanding interest constellation because everyone has an incentive to compete, but in the process, arguably, everyone loses. They lose collectively, and those kind of dilemma situations are rather demanding. That would be sort of the first cut. Secondly, however, once you think about this situation and this kind of interest structure, it's kind of striking why rich and powerful countries should actually allow this to happen. I mean, why would they allow small and less powerful countries to attract their foreign tax base? You could say, well, I think they could even legitimately argue that, well, this may be your tax sovereignty, but by doing this, you are basically undermining our tax sovereignty, and we are more powerful than you, and this means we should have the means to get these countries in line. And I would argue that that's actually true. They have the means to get smaller countries in line. And so the question arises, why don't they do it? Why don't they use their power to actually achieve this? And this would be, I think, leads me to the third level, and that is domestic politics and interest group influence within these big and powerful countries. And in my view, the questions that arise here really are: do these governments want higher taxes on business, or do they not want this? And of course, this is a question that is politically contested within these economies. And then, how influential are business interests in the government? And I think that basically, at the risk of some slight oversimplification, we can say that in the past, all too often, rich and powerful countries either did not want to make progress on these things, they didn't want higher taxes on business, or they were captured by business interests in the process. And we can actually, I mean, this is I think describes the situation for large parts of the history of global tax cooperation. And there have been sort of instances where more significant progress has been made, and this has always been achieved when the most powerful country in the world, the USA, wanted change. Right, we can see that in the 1960s under Kennedy with corporate foreign corporation legislation. We saw it recently with automatic exchange of taxpayer information that was initiated by the United States. And arguably what we are talking about here today, sort of possible new consensus in corporate taxation. It looks like this is also very much due to the tax plans that have been offered by the Biden administration. So basically what we see there, these are all instances where we had Democrats in power in the United States, and business influence could be contained, at least to some extent. And so overall, I would say yes, there is a difficult interest constellation, but ultimately the main determinant of failure or success is political will in rich and powerful countries. This is, if we cut to the bottom, I think the main political determinant of successful international tax cooperation.
Pascal, do you agree?
Yeah, I broadly agree. Maybe I'll try to put it with some different words, but I mean, the key thing that Thomas referred to is sovereignty. It's all about sovereignty. Countries are sovereign, tax is at the core of sovereignty, tax is at the core of building modern states, consent to tax is at the core of democracy. So you have something which is very much intertwined between tax and sovereignty. And if you're sovereign, you decide what you want. And that has been the theory. I say a theory because in practice, if you have a globalized economy and global players like multinational companies or high net worth individuals, well, these players will be able to play one sovereignty against another when you have suppressed the obstacles for free movement of the people, of capital, of services, when you have a globalized, financialized economy. And this is what has happened. I think it's a fact. It's also kind of an ideology, which has been the Thatcherism, Reaganism, which have organized globalization. And what has been missing there, behind the veil of so-called sovereignty, nominal sovereignty, is no tax regulation. So you end up, and the wake-up call is the global financial crisis in 2008. You end up with a situation where you have global players, where you have local tax sovereignties, which are no longer real tax sovereignties, they are just nominal tax sovereignties, and this has benefited to the small players, to the small countries, which are open, small economies, which I call investment hubs. People who are not diplomats call them tax havens, which have overly benefited from globalization. Why? As Thomas said, because countries let it go. It was part of the ideology. Globalization brings a lot of good things, which is true, and therefore, let's not penalize our champions. And the Europeans have this free market orientation with the European Court of Justice destroying all domestic borders within the internal market without the member states building an external border, which is nonsensical. When you look, when historians will look at that, they will say that was mad, but it was part of an ideology where we let it go. And when the global financial crisis hit, you have a wake-up call, which today we pay with the populism and some, I mean, strong pushback against globalization. And there was a need to do something. And that's why the G20 emerged and asked us at the OECD, because we were ready to move into that direction, to say, let's introduce some form of tax regulation of globalization, which is, in other words, what Thomas said, large countries taking over the agenda and telling smaller countries, hey guys, okay, you've made good money out of that business model, it's over.
Thank you. That's a very interesting idealist interpretation of a very materialist policy. Joanna, you want to add something?
Unmute yourself, Joanna.
Oh, she's gone. Okay. I'm afraid we have to move on. So given that the history of international cooperation has been fraught by so many problems, why is there the feeling of substantial progress now? So where does this new momentum come from? Thomas already mentioned the Biden-Harris tax proposal that has been circulated recently among the United States international partners. So what does this proposal entail, and how does it change the bargaining dynamics at the OECD, and what could be the contours of a possible deal? Pascal, you want to start with this one?
Sure. So before moving to the Biden-Harris plan, why are we where we are today? It's not, as if you would have out of the magician hat a new proposal which would change the dynamic. The dynamic changed, I think, already in the 90s with some efforts by the G7 and the OECD to try to do something on so-called harmful tax competition. Then in 2008, I think, is really the change of paradigm, the change of dynamic, saying sovereignty can be protected only through tax cooperation. And we need to put an end to bank secrecy. We need to organize tax cooperation. And at some point, 2012, we started the work on fighting base erosion and profit shifting, which is, in other words, trying to introduce some form of tax regulation of globalization. And within the BEPS action plan for base erosion and profit shifting, we had 15 measures, 15 actions. And among the 15 actions, you had the idea of a minimum tax. You had the idea of fighting all the tools which were emptying the tax base of corporate income tax. You had the idea that we had to modernize the international tax system as regards the taxation of the digital economy. So the Biden plan comes after almost 10 years of change of the approach by the whole world. And you know what? It's not only the G7 or the G20. We have established, following the crackdown on bank secrecy, a global forum on transparency, which today has 162 members on an equal footing. We have an inclusive framework for BEPS implementation with 139 countries on an equal footing. It shows the change of governments and the change of approach. And when we did BEPS, we didn't expect that the Republicans in the US in 2017 would implement the plan, and they did. They reduced corporate income tax rate, which was the highest in the world, 35%, and they made it at 21%, but they broadened the base, and by broadening the base, they introduced the beginning of a global minimum tax, which is called GILTI, for global intangible tax income. So it's with that background, against that background, that you need to see the Biden proposal. And the Biden proposal is just toughening GILTI, the minimum tax, aligning it with the work we've done at the OECD for the past 4 years, establishing global minimum tax, and killing all arbitrage, because with the GILTI, companies were left with the possibility of still putting part of their profit in tax havens. With the new approach, which is to look at the effective level of taxation on a country-by-country basis and take the difference if it's below 21% according to the Biden plan, that doesn't leave any room any longer to companies for them to plan aggressively. So you see that there is a history, and that's why I'm confident that this will move ahead. It's not just an idea which would be random and would vanish once you have a change in the US. It's something which has been built, which echoes what we've said in terms of countries taking over the agenda and making sure that their sovereignty is protected. And that's why at the OECD, we're hopeful that by October, we'll have a global deal, which will include a global minimum tax, reflecting what the US is doing, and also trying to modernize what needs to be modernized from the international tax system, which is the nexus, being able to tax companies even when they are not physically present, and change the transfer pricing rules, at least for where there is the big rent, and we can see that there is a concentration of the rent in a few hands. 100 companies make it almost all, the winners take it all with globalization, and reallocating part of this rent to the markets, which the current rules don't allow, would be a big plus, which would stabilize the system. So good hope that we can move into that direction. And it doesn't come at the last minute from the blue, out of the blue. It's something which has been built since 2008.
So there was a prehistory. Thomas.
Right. I mean, it's understandable, and I would even agree with a lot of what Pascal just said. That of course the OECD and then G20 and so on have done some real groundwork here, and I wouldn't want to diminish this, but I would still say that in this whole process there has recently been deadlock, and it's lost momentum. And it is true that in terms of political momentum, it really did need the Biden proposal to sort of have this hopeful outlook that Pascal just sketched, because before that, actually, I mean, the Trump administration effectively pulled out of the talks, right? Because they didn't like what the Europeans wanted there. They insisted on safe harbor rules in Pillar 1 and so on. And this is something that the Biden administration reversed. And this actually underlines my previous point that ultimately very much depends on what the hegemon wants, right? And this is the US, and the US has always been the dominant player in the global tax regime. And it looks to me, it very much looks like this is sort of a repetition of what we've seen. I mean, I've mentioned automatic exchange of information, and as Pascal said, of course, there's been the Global Forum that has done work on transparency, international transparency in tax matters, but also this kind of work, it brought some gradual progress, but nothing huge. But then we did see real change after the United States wanted it, and it seems to me that this really is like the most important factor to explain success. And in that regard, I think Pascal is right to say that there is reason for hope, and with this new proposal from the Biden administration. And of course, we all don't know what will come out of the negotiations ultimately, but many important other players, Germany, France, have signaled support for the minimum tax proposals. So I think it's quite likely that some substantial change will actually occur this time.
Thank you. Joanna, welcome back. We are discussing recent developments and the consequences of the Biden-Harris proposal. What's your view on this?
I think it's a very ambitious proposal. I think beyond the tax issues that we're discussing today, also politically, it's important for US for this to be successful, because that would reestablish US as a global player, because they are the ones that are really dictating the terms of this deal at a global level. So it's extremely important to succeed. The success will depend on how they're negotiating it. And one thing that they need to be careful about is the details of this deal, because right now it is rather vague. And I think what a lot of countries are going to try to do is to change the parameters of the deal to maybe exclude some of the corporations from their own country. And being a negotiation, I would encourage them to throw in some carrots in there for the countries and for the corporations that might abide with these new rules. And this could be anything from, some publishing of white list of countries and corporations that do pay taxes, their fair share of taxes, to maybe transform this deal and not make it just about tax collection, but also make it about we're getting revenue to really finance some really important goals that all of us agree that they're essential. So linking it to financing the global sustainable goals would be something to think about, or climate change, or something like that. Then, of course, you need to calibrate a little bit also the minimum level that they came up with, because you actually want to leave some leeway to countries to actually set a marginal tax rate that is higher than that. So if you're setting it too high, you're just not allowing them too much opportunity to actually go higher if there is some need to do that. And finally, I think it's also an issue of dividing this corporate tax pie. Because right now, as it stands, it's all going to be divided between US and Europe, if we're being honest. And therefore, to try to get everyone around the table and get as many stakeholders to agree, I think you need to explain to what extent other countries can get something out of this pie. And this could be solved not necessarily through tax, is also to appease maybe some of the countries that already took matters into their own hands, and they already came up with digital taxes, like I was mentioning half an hour ago. And so basically they need to convince them to give up such endeavors. So give up some of their domestic tax policy in order to go along with this larger global plan. So I think it's ambitious. I think it's doable, but the devil is in the details, and negotiations are going to be critical, and they need to set up these details of the deal very, very carefully for it to succeed.
So what's your hunch? Will there be a deal by the end of the year? Yes or no, Pascal?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes, there will be a deal, some kind of deal, yes.
Joanna?
Yes, I agree. There'll be some sort of deal.
Okay, let's assume there is a deal. What would the implications be for Europe and the EU? There's a long-standing conflict inside the EU between low-tax jurisdictions like Ireland and Hungary, and more high-tax jurisdictions like Germany and France. And how will this conflict be transformed by a possible deal at the global level? So will a global deal allow Europe to finally speak with one voice on tax, or will it, to the contrary, sharpen the old entrenched lines of conflict? Joanna, you want to start on this?
Yes. I think this might be an opportunity for us to revisit the issue of a fiscal union, because while it was discussed during the debt crisis, remember, we tend to forget that a monetary union cannot properly work without a fiscal union, and of course the Eurozone will always be in danger of not being able to deal with asymmetric shocks if there isn't a fiscal union. I think it will open the discussion. I'm not sure how optimistic I am that this discussion is going to be a fruitful one, because from what I've been seeing so far within EU about discussing about domestic fiscal policies, is that it's really, people are getting reminded that EU, it's a collection of independent countries with independently elected parliaments and governments, and that have local issues, local problems that need to be to have local solutions. And this is also an argument that maybe not all economists agree, but most of the voters would agree about this. So that's why it is a very popular one, and it is likely to be heard when we're discussing about fiscal union. So I think it's going to be extremely difficult to make all European countries to speak on one voice on tax matters, especially because of issues like this.
Thank you. Thomas.
Well, I do think that this proposal sort of brings out the different interests within the European Union once again. The basic conflict being between the high tax and low tax countries, or tax havens and normal tax countries. And this conflict is, of course, age-old, and it has often prevented progress within the European Union. And so I'm not sure whether, this new proposal, I can't see how it will lead to Europe speaking with one voice. It's more like a global deal basically may put an end to this kind of discussion, because of course there's been talk about a minimum tax within the EU for quite some while in corporate taxation, and European states could never agree on it. And now this issue may just go away because there is a global deal on it, but Europe didn't manage to get its act together. So I would say it's actually a pretty sad story that sort of comes up here, and it is actually something that we've seen before. I mean, with transparency, exchange of information, we had the same kind of dynamic. Within Europe, countries couldn't agree. Austria and Luxembourg were reluctant to agree to these kinds of automatic exchanges of information, and then we had the US and FATCA, and suddenly, basically, this deadlock within the EU was broken. And so it could be that this kind of thing repeats itself. And I think this actually shows that Europe still has a long way to go to speak with one voice in issues of taxation. But it is, of course, something that would be desirable, but is not here yet. And maybe one final point on this, because I was talking about this high versus low tax countries. I would say it's within Europe. I mean, it's not only that. It's also that with, for example, the digital tax initiative, we saw that European member states couldn't agree on a common proposal there, and there was actually Germany that was sort of a real obstacle to this, because Germany feared US trade sanctions against the all-important German export sector. So it's not always low-tax countries that are in the way of progress. It can also be the normal tax countries that cause problems in that regard. And from my perspective, it would have been desirable to have a European digital tax approach, because it would have been a better bargaining chip in the international negotiations. And Europe has forgone this opportunity.
Well, it's certainly an interesting observation that sometimes global integration seems to be easier than European integration. Pascal.
This is an interesting paradox, indeed, that you can more easily reach an agreement with 100 plus countries than within 27 very close countries, which are bound by a common constitution, or at least, very detailed treaties. And I find that fascinating and exciting and almost rewarding, given the role I have at the OECD, but that's a paradox. Now, how can we explain it? Well, leveling the playing field, I think, is the key word to explain that. Why, if we take the example that Thomas rightfully took on the exchange of information, the end of bank secrecy, why would Luxembourg agree to put an end to bank secrecy in Europe if Switzerland keeps it? The money goes to Switzerland. So, of course, when you have dividing line within the European Union, which reflect dividing line within the world, you need to have first an agreement in the world, because it removes this issue of leveling the playing field or exposing the European Union to lose business to countries which wouldn't play by the rules. And that's why what you need is a strong political dynamic globally to be able to move forward, which happened 2008 with bank secrecy, 2012 with BEPS. And Thomas mentioned the progress in Europe. Speaking one voice, as you said, what does that mean? Well, it means that at least there is no one speaking against progress in Europe. And that's what the progress globally has been able to bring to Europe. It has enabled European countries to speak one voice within Europe. Now, what may be frustrating as a European is that Europe is not the one having one voice to the rest of the world and telling the rest of the world what to do, because Europe is divided. It's divided between small open economies and large taxing economies. And this is a difference which will not be overcome, at least for the time being. I think Joanna rightfully said that for the time being, the legitimacy to consent to tax is with European Parliament. I'm not sure we have yet reached the point where consent to tax will belong to the EU Parliament. To be seen. I mean, it's a question of fact and political dynamic. So we'll see, but what to be positive there, I'm hopeful that we'll have an agreement, a global deal, which will include two components. One is about the global minimum tax. The other is about this digital aspect or how you reallocate taxing right. And all that is about bringing peace, and in particular peace in the European, I mean, the transatlantic relationship, which could help Europe agree a common set of rules.
Thank you. Now we have questions from the audience. One question by Florea Virban is actually on European tax coordination, and she asked how realistic it is to see corporate tax coordination in the EU, given the large differences between national corporate tax policies. We kind of discussed this already, but maybe Joanna, you have to add something to this.
So I think adding on what Pascal and Thomas already said about the fact that, you know, this proposal will probably, you know, bring us closer to an agreement within EU. I think in addition is, you know, there will be future crises, future economic crises. We don't know when. And EU might not be able to respond as well to those shocks. And therefore, I think those are really the moments when you realize that you need to do the fiscal union, or to harmonize the taxes, or to think about these things. So usually is are this type of crisis that would probably you know, get us there. But so far, I think this Biden proposal is a step forward, and it's going to be a first step towards harmonizing the corporate income tax.
So Joe Biden is the best hope for European tax coordination, which is, of course,
well, we're not exactly
a bit of a narcissistic insult, but
yeah.
Thank you. A second question from the audience is referring to Thomas. Is Dr. Rixson not effectively saying that might is right, so that power should have the last word and that smaller countries should just get in line? This is a question by Michael Senfi. So, Thomas.
Well, I didn't imply that. I was just describing what has happened empirically, and didn't want this to be understood as a normative statement. That would, of course, not be my intention. But having said that, I mean, power can be useful to reach normatively desirable goals. And if power helps to bring about more effective tax cooperation and to make sure that tax avoidance is less rampant, then that would actually be a good thing. But often enough, I mean, the US has often used their power in the global tax regime to bad ends, I'd say. But of course, I didn't talk about that here. I would say power is it's not a normative statement when I say that they should use their power. It's just a description of what we've seen and what have been sort of the determinants of successful cooperation.
Well, but you seem to be saying that power is a necessary condition towards the achievement of a normatively desirable goal. So the question is, how should you best organize power? And you could think, of course, you know, is it useful to negotiate with 137 countries, some tax havens among them, or is a smaller and more exclusive negotiation forum more effective?
If I may,
yeah,
sorry,
please,
please. Short, but I mean, I think it's not black and white and is it this or that, it's everything together. I mean, let's not be naive, let's not be idealistic. I know a number of people will say, let's bring it to the UN and then all the countries on an equal footing will decide on the best rules of the world. Fine, try it, go ahead. What's happening very concretely is that you have a group of powerful countries gathering, and as Joanna said, unfortunately, very often at the time of crisis, to say we need to react, we need to do something, because the stakes are so high that you can take decisions and the French will not think of whether they will sell planes, military planes to Switzerland or not, to ask whether they should remove bank secrecy or not. You know, at the time of the crisis, you take harsh decisions. And the G20 is a group of powerful countries and is a driver of the change. Now, can they act alone? No, and that's why we have established the Global Forum on Transparency or the Inclusive Framework for BEPS implementation, because you also need to hear the views of small open economies. They are not naive. They know the realpolitik. They know what's the rapport de force, as we would say in French, right? But they can influence the process. They can make sure that you don't throw the baby with the bathwater. They can make sure that there are transitions. So it's a bit a mixture of both. Now, if you say, oh, let's start a new standard and let's ask everybody to agree upfront and everybody really is on an equal footing to start the standard from scratch without a driver, which is a group of powerful countries, you will never get anywhere. So you need to find this balance. And the last word on Thomas' right response on what he said was not normative. But I would add to what he said that for decades, the ones who decided on the rules by default were the small countries, the so-called non-powerful countries. They have been the ones setting up the rules or the absence of rules for 30 or 40 years. So they have benefited from this. So it's not as if you would have large countries ruling the world and small economies suffering from that. They've benefited from the lack of rules for decades.
Well, that is certainly true. While trade wars are usually won by large states, tax competition is usually won by small states. Now, my question to you, Pascal, is the plan for changing Nexus to some kind of destination-based taxation of corporate profits. Isn't that a way to transform tax competition into a trade war and allow large states to prevail again over small states?
It's an interesting way of phrasing it, pretty negative. I didn't think of that approach. No, I don't think so. I mean, and I'm not even sure. I mean, certainly it's not the goal, and I'm not sure it would be the outcome. The idea to introduce some form of destination, it's not the destination-based cash flow tax that US Congress at some point contemplated, which would have been a big trade, big bang. No, here we're talking about installing some form of destination or market-based return to better share the rent. And the economic idea behind that is that the only thing that companies cannot manipulate are where the buyers are, where the customers are, the consumers are. That's the thing. You can delocate your workers. You can close a factory here, open it there. You can easily shift your intangible property. But what you cannot shift are where your consumers are. And this idea of saying part of the rent should be allocated where the consumers are, I think is a way, kind of an anti-abuse approach, also recognizing that in the value creation, consumption is not nil. And if that favors larger markets over smaller markets, it does also benefit to developing countries, developing economies, which had been the losers of the previous system. So it's not small versus big, it's also a change of the approach, which could ultimately benefit more to developing countries.
So far we have talked mostly about formal treaty-based measures to restrain tax competition. Now, Joanna, in a recent paper, you advised to use soft law measures to boost tax morale of corporate taxpayers. So would you say that this is an alternative to international tax coordination, or could it be a complement to that?
It can be a complement. I think we spend very little time thinking about tax morale, which is what economies are calling that willingness to pay taxes that is not really based on benefits or costs from the taxpayer point of view. It's you know, you're doing it because it's right. And we know that individuals do that. There are many individuals who pay their taxes even if they don't think necessarily they're going to be caught tax evading, or they're afraid of a fine or jail. Since individuals are doing it, clearly also firms can have this tax morale, except that we didn't put so much energy as policymakers in boosting this tax morale in corporations, because this tax morale depend on a number of things. So it depends on peer effects. So the more companies that you encourage to pay their fair share of taxes around, and you give these good examples, that's why I was suggesting the white lists to be published, then the more likely they are to do the same thing. It's based on reciprocity, which means the companies feel that they have responsibilities to pay the taxes in those countries in which they're operating, because the government is also providing them good services for the well-functioning of the company. And here, basically, if you have a corrupt government, or a government in which there is very little trust from the public, then you're going to see very low tax morale. So there are things that government can do in addition to this multilateral agreements that they're drafting, that could encourage the people who make these decisions within this large corporation to pay the fair share of taxes. And I think it's something that we should also look into very carefully in the next period.
Thank you. Thank you. We have focused exclusively on corporate tax so far. So in conclusion, let's broaden the horizon a bit. I would like to ask my panelists, what do you think is the next important tax issue next to corporate tax that deserves international attention? Thomas.
I'd probably say eco taxes, carbon taxes, because these things have international ramifications, and so there's talk about border tax adjustments and so on. And I think this really needs some attention.
Thank you, Pascal.
Same response. Environmental taxation, I think, will keep us busy for the next 10 to 20 years at the global level.
Thank you, Joanna.
I think in addition to taxes and carbon taxes, or taxes on that have to deal with environment, I think we have to rethink the digital service taxes and in general taxes on digital services. I gave the example in my talk that these are things that unilaterally some countries tried and maybe they didn't work that well. But I think going ahead, we're going to see regulations regarding the internet and AI. And with that, it's going to be needed also a rethinking of the tax code to take into consideration how this digital service is going to change in the next period.
Thank you. And on this happy note, I close the panel and thank my panelists.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. So.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Paul Verschoor. I'm with the Catalan Institute of Advanced Studies, and let's take a look at artificial intelligence in Europe and beyond. We've all seen the news. We're going to build electronic thinking machines, approximating human intuition, also eroding the human advantage in many domains. Machines that will walk, talk, see, reproduce themselves, are conscious, triggering the next computer revolution, the dream of AI. Interestingly enough, these quotes are all from the New York Times, spread over 70 years, illustrating AI is a promise. Let's see how we can realize it. So what is AI? Well, in the end, AI is a combination of computing machinery, algorithms, and data that in their combination allow computers to do smart things where smart is defined in human terms. We also have to place that in the context of the development of our science, where initially in AI, the emphasis was very much on the rational mind and symbol manipulation. Now the emphasis is more on the biological brain and neural networks and their learning capabilities. Why that transition, you may ask? Well, this transition was triggered by just limitations in this symbol manipulation approach. One of them is called the symbol grounding problem. From where did these symbol-based systems derive their knowledge? It turned out to be the human designer. So how do we ground the knowledge of AI systems was the big challenge. Neural network-based approaches are hopefully addressing that. But what are the achievements of artificial intelligence? Well, they definitely beat humans in lots of games, from board games to strategy games such as StarCraft. But also you see progress in many other domains that are relevant, like image generation, image processing, computer vision, drug discovery, radiology, and so on. Let's just look at an example in text generation, GPT-3, developed by OpenAI. And GPT-3 is basically dedicated to generating texts. And as an example, we can look at Jane Austen. Here we have Sandition, a novel she unfortunately never finished because she died prematurely. So two researchers, Fiordi and Chiratti, asked GPT-3 to finish a section of this book, just to see if it would generate text that was plausible for humans, a form of a Turing test. And actually the system succeeds. So this is a system that by now has produced 4.5 billion words every day, working for many different applications with an exclusive license to Microsoft, who also invested $1 billion into this endeavor. Also in machine vision, we see the same kind of approximation where we supersede human performance in image classification. In language understanding, we are with AI systems at the same level as humans. But at what cost? How is this achieved? Well, GPT-3 that you just saw, completing a Jane Austen novel, is actually based on optimizing 180 billion parameters. So performance is bought at the cost of huge complexity. And this, of course, also costs. So the cost of just running the computers to train GPT-3 is estimated to be about $10 million. But in addition, it makes the system opaque. They cannot be fully understood anymore because of this incredible complexity, raising the question whether AI is a new form of alchemy. So in addition, we see that the demand for computation is rising exponentially. It used to double every 2 years, but now the demand for computation power by AI systems is doubling every 3 months, more or less. So there's a huge need for computation, which of course raises the question of the sustainability. The energy consumption of these systems is massive, as here expressed in terms of their carbon footprint. But there's, in addition to the physical realization, the cost of physical realization, there's a question of societal cost. So here we have a system that takes facial features, following the FACS system, and translates that into an estimate of the trustworthiness of a face. And here it's applied to a bunch of portraits, showing that the portraits express higher levels of trustworthiness over time. But the authors then came up with an app where you can just apply it to everybody on the street that you encounter, which raised some concerns, as you can imagine. Another example is this map here of the structure of different channels on YouTube that go from intellectually informed radical ideas to ultra right-wing perspectives. And these different channels are interlinked in some way. And the question is, how does the YouTube recommendation system navigate this map? And recently it was shown by analyzing 2 million recommendations of this algorithm that the recommender system is actually nudging people towards radicalization with long-term effects. Similarly, what we also see is that over the last 8 years, more or less, the incidence of adolescent depression has increased dramatically. And similarly, we see a strong correlation about the amount of hours of social media consumption and suicide risk in girls in this case. So there's a strong link between social media and overall well-being. And we see that actually this increase in depression rates actually nicely corresponds to the revenue growth of Facebook. Now you can say that's pure speculation. However, there's a direct link between Facebook use and incidence of depression and insomnia, as this study has shown. So this is a real cost of artificial intelligence deployed in social networks. Similarly, systems can be misleading. This image is correctly classified and this image is not correctly classified by a visual processing system. To us humans, they look the same. Similarly, if we take GPT-3 and we give it nonsense, like how do you sporgle and morgle, it happily answers, because GPT-3 will just follow the massive lookup table that is hidden among its 180 billion parameters without having common sense or understanding the meaning of our questions. So this means also modern day AI systems have not solved the symbol grounding problem. So how's the EU doing in the AI world? Well, as you know, publications increasing rapidly. And over the last 20 years, Europe and the US and China are roughly at the same level. But if we look at the traction, the number of references, we see the Chinese publications have a lot more traction in the literature than the European ones. In addition, what we see, if you look at the 25 leading institutions in AI, only 3 of these are in Europe and only 1 of those is in the European Union. So in that sense, we're not major players. And if we look at the career trajectories of researchers in the field of AI, we see that undergraduates trained in Europe go to the US. Some of those that keep on training in Europe for their graduate school also go to the US. So effectively, Europe is a net educator of American AI industry, which is confirmed here, where we see that the majority of employment in AI in the US is in industry versus academia. Another way to look at that is there's a database with 100,000 top scientists in the world recently published and calibrated. Of those 100,000, about 1,500 are dedicated to artificial intelligence. We can look at how they're distributed over regions. We see 42% US, 21% in Europe, 17% in China. However, none of these on this list, of the 21% on this list, none of them appears as a member of the high-level expert group in AI. So what's the disconnect between the research community here and the advice the European Commission receives? Similarly, we see with respect to investment in startups and patents that where China is growing, Europe is largely constant. This is mainly based on German figures, and the same holds for investment in AI startups. We know Europe is trying to catch up, and plans are devised to do that, but we should maybe think about where we're going. Do we want to follow the trajectory of the 3rd generation of AI, which is essentially also disrupting our society, or should we maybe listen to Doug Engelbart, who proposed that as opposed to speaking of artificial intelligence, we should think about how we can augment human intellect through technology. And that is the direction of the 4th generation of artificial intelligence that I believe we should be pursuing. So in conclusion, AI has been a promise for 70 years, and the progress in the 3rd generation of AI has really been astonishing, but it comes at a cost. It's not scalable. And also we're effectively deploying a large-scale mental health experiment with huge societal cost. So We also see there's no epistemic autonomy to these systems. They still don't know what they're doing. They have no sense of meaning. And with that, the designers of these systems are for 100% responsible for what they do. Even not understanding their complexity is not enough. We are responsible for the technologies we deploy, AI 3.0 included. So these systems must be certified as anything else. Europe is falling behind in the race to dominate the AI 3.0 competition, but we also see Europe is not sufficiently building on its excellence in AI research. And maybe this is where our weakness sits, or one of them. Industry is important, but industry capitalizes on knowledge of the past. It is science that has to create the knowledge of the future and also the technology of the future. So with that, Europe should leapfrog the third generation and start building the fourth generation of AI, serving the human condition, emphasizing intelligent augmentation of human capability, focusing on the human condition, and also implementing excellence every step of the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Verschuren. That was a highly provocative and inspirational video. My name is Madeleine de Koop-Buning. I'm chairing this panel on AI and fundamental rights. I'm very excited to be able to introduce to you, first of all, Urs Gasser. He is Executive Director of the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society and Professor of Practice at Harvard University. Urs is right now in transition to Europe, to the Technical University of Munich, where he will help build a School of Social Science and Technology in the fall. Second panelist is Miguel Maduro. He's professor at the School of Transnational Governance, together with me in the digital cluster. And he is also a former Advocate General of the European Court of Justice and many other roles. But let's leave it at this for this moment in time. You can read more about him in the website. And then very also honored that you could join us. I've tried to get you in panels of mine so many other times as well, but now you have time. That's really great. Sandra Wachter, she's Associate Professor and Senior Research Fellow at the Oxford Internet Institute of the University of Oxford. Welcome all very much to this wonderful panel. So let me, before we're gonna go into discussion, tee up this discussion a little bit first, because not many will actually have had time to study the new proposal of the European Commission on AI with a lot of deliberation. So given the first and major thing is that AI has a gigantic impact on society. I'm saying nothing new with that. It has impact on fundamental rights, and that will become more as it will be more and more part of our society, the use of AI. Public and private organizations that use AI play a key role in ensuring that the system they use meets appropriate standards of transparency and non-discrimination and fairness. The recent proposed framework on AI, it was proposed on the 21st of April, just 2 weeks ago, follows a risk-based approach. It defines 4 levels of risk, from unacceptable risk and high risk to limited risk and minimal risk. So let's start with the unacceptable risk. Unacceptable risks are posed by those systems that form a clear threat to the safety, livelihood, and rights of people and are therefore completely banned under this proposal. For instance, social scoring by governments or other or systems that have the aim of subliminal effects. Then the second category is the high risk of systems. Those are systems that are part of critical infrastructure, for instance, transport, that could put life and health of citizens at risk. Systems that provide access to education, for instance, the scoring of exams. The systems that deal with employment, for instance, CV sorting for recruitment. A lot of risk on data creep there. Other systems that are considered high risk are part of essential private and public service. Think of credit scoring for citizens that are denied to get a loan. And then systems that deal with law enforcement, for instance, the evaluation of evidence. So all those systems are considered as high risk by the European Commission in this new proposal. And that requires, so they're not totally banned, but they are under scrutiny. One of the elements of scrutiny, for instance, is that it is required that these systems have adequate risk assessment and mitigating systems, that they have a high quality of data sets, and that is mostly to minimize discriminatory outcomes. And I'm very interested what our eminent speaker think of that element of the data sets, because of course the data sets are created by human beings. Often humans create the data. Logging of activities to ensure traceability of results, so you can find out if there is a perverse result of AI system, where did it come from, and connected to that appropriate human oversight. So now into the third category. Those are the systems that are considered to have limited risk, such as the chat bots you can bump into if you try to order furniture. Have specific transparency obligations. Users should always be aware that it's a chatbot, an AI system, and not a human being they are interacting with. So they can then decide whether they want to continue their chat or want to get out of it. And the fourth category is those AI systems that have minimal risk levels. And according to the Commission, that is really the vast majority of AI systems, and those are free to use. For instance, AI enabling video games or spam filters. And regulation is not considered necessary by the European Commission because they do not represent risk to citizens' rights or safety. Okay, having said this, so this is like in very fast paces how the system works of this new AI proposal that is on the table now by the European Commission. I would like the people that are watching this panel to please fill in the poll question in Swapcard. And the poll question is, do you think the EU proposal on AI will lead the way towards global standards on human-centric AI in respect of fundamental rights? And of course, I can advise you to wait filling in this poll after you have heard of the speakers, because they can hopefully inform you and your thinking. So first of all, Urs, great you're here. Are you now in the States or are you already in Europe?
Thanks so much for having me. I'm still in Cambridge, Massachusetts, yes.
Okay, cool.
Well, looking forward to the transition back to Europe.
Yeah, so it's earlier today for you, but not that early, I guess. Okay, so my question for you is, given the fact that you have experience all over the world, so it's very interesting to see of whether this kind of proposal can travel. So we see that different countries are increasingly looking into the adoption of regulation to ensure trustworthy AI, because that is considered a tool to shape AI deployment by stakeholders. What transnational effort do you think is required to steer global collaboration towards responsible uses of AI? And you are in the States, so you can have probably a thought of that, while avoiding this disadvantages in the competitive space. Because if you are extremely careful with the development of AI, you might have a competitive disadvantage towards others that are much less taking care of human rights. Urs, you have the mic.
Thank you so much. This is an excellent question and a big question to begin this panel. And of course, I'm already looking forward to my wonderful colleagues' insights. You know, I think you make an important point right at the outset, and that is that, of course, the question of governance and regulation of AI has to be seen in a global context. We live in a world that is highly interconnected, where many of the AI applications are transcending and not respecting traditional jurisdictions like nation states or whatever the units are. And frankly, our governance systems are still largely, you know, based on a Westphalian government state-based conception of how we enact laws, for instance, right? And so there is a real tension right there. How do we, as a society, as a increasingly global society, deal with these technologies that are cross-border and the data that flows across borders, whilst many of our institutions are still some sort of in this old paradigm linked to particular territories. And So that's one point that comes to mind immediately. And I think the second point you're alluding to is also that, of course, these discussions do not happen without very strong interests involved. There is a geopolitical dimension to AI for sure. We don't talk so much about national security maybe on this panel, but that's of course a hugely important factor. We addressed already in earlier panels, we've heard about the important role AI plays as a driver of innovation and economic growth. So again, the political economy comes into play at the national level, at the regional level. And of course, there are competing interests among the big blocs, whether it's China, US, and Europe, or whether it's across different nation states. And so it's a really big challenge to think about global standards for AI. I'm personally quite pessimistic that we will arrive at global standards. There may be a few exceptions, but I'm pessimistic. I think our focus should be more on how can we create interoperability across different governance approaches. So for instance, if the US approach is likely to going to be a more sectorial approach, so to come up with AI specific rules for finance or maybe for employment and the like, while Europe is taking this more horizontal approach to regulation, how can we create interfaces that may bridge difference? To give an example, one could imagine for certain sectors that there may be mutual recognition agreements for certain types of risk assessment or certification schemes. And we have seen some of these ideas previously in the privacy debates with mixed success, I would add. So that's maybe one line of inquiry to think about tools for interoperability if we don't have strong reason to believe that we will be able to arrive at uniform rules. I have more thoughts, but perhaps stop there. I didn't pay attention to the clock, so you tell me.
Okay, no, but that's very interesting. And maybe I already asked if there's anyone in the panel that would like to respond to that. I know, Miguel, for instance, you're very interested in these transnational questions on regulation.
Yeah, I can have a first quick reaction. I tend to agree. I will add a layer of analysis to that. I think that there are artificial intelligence, there's two issues that emerge. One is that there are artificial intelligence systems that by nature transnational because they are linked to services, to uses that are transnational in nature, that will be very difficult for states to control, for each jurisdiction to exercise its own regulation. But there are others that even when they somehow could be territorialized, and therefore the jurisdictions of the states could be exercised independently on those artificial intelligence systems, that it is very hard to do that because of the costs imposed on companies to have to comply with multiple regulatory regimes. And so to a certain extent, the European Union, by being the first one to move into regulation by this horizontal approach, may have the advantage of setting rules that others will have to follow, because companies will tend to adopt those same standards all over and wherever they will make available those artificial intelligence systems. And so the second question that emerges is the extent to which there may be that interoperability that Urs was mentioning, but there may be a competition between different regulatory regimes. This competition and the results of this competition will be a product endorse EU standards, even outside the European Union internal market, because having to comply with them to have access to the internal market, then they use it all over the world, is economically more advantage to them. But on the other hand, we may see a competition with other regulatory regimes from the United States, and for example. So that's an interesting question. And from there, and that will be my final point, it also emerges a question of the extent to which that transposition and that extraterritorial effect of our rules, the extent to which that is legitimate. because the balances that are very difficult balance between fundamental rights, crucial values that analyzing the different artificial intelligence systems and their impact on human beings have, may be done different and maybe ought to be done different in different parts of the globe. And so that's one of the issues that we'll have to address.
Thank you for that. And that's a great segue for me to go to Sandra Wachter. Could you give, first of all, very shortly, where you see the biggest vulnerability for citizens when it comes to AI and fundamental rights?
Yes, certainly. I think the two of the major issues that we will be facing when it comes to AI are questions around privacy protection and questions around bias and fairness. I think those are concerns that will emerge regardless of what type of application we're actually talking about. And I think going forward, it will be extremely important to figure out whether the laws that we currently have in place to protect privacy, to prevent discrimination, are actually still good enough when it comes to algorithms. I would think there might be an actual problem there because the laws that we have designed for privacy protection and prevention of discrimination often have a human perpetrator in mind. And the legal tools that we have developed to prevent discrimination or investigate discrimination or punish discrimination do not easily translate to algorithms in the way. So I'm going to give you just two examples here. For example, data protection is based very often on the idea of consent, which makes a lot of sense. You know, you asking me a question that could be sensitive. What is your sexual orientation? Who did you vote for? Are you religious? And then I can make a decision whether or not I want to answer this question. I give my consent in a way. And I have a good understanding of what kind of information you're gaining in this exchange. With algorithms, that's a bit tricky because I don't actually fully understand anymore what information I'm signing away, because the data very often maybe just looks very neutral or uninteresting. And so your keystrokes, for example, or the way how you move your mouse can give rise to suspicion whether you have Alzheimer's disease, for example, or Parkinson's, and you might not know about that. The clicks on Facebook and the groups that you join and the friends that you have give a pretty accurate picture about your sexual orientation, your race, your political leanings. Your geolocation, whenever you download an app, is able to infer whether you went to see a doctor or whether you're wealthy and whether you're religious or not. So is a consent-based system actually still good enough if I'm not really clear what I'm signing away? And the same problem arises with discrimination in reality, which is based on a complaint-based system, very similar, because in a human-human setting, somebody will be discriminatory towards you, not giving you a job because of your gender or denying your promotion. Point is, you feel that something is unfair and you want to raise a complaint. And the problem is that algorithms very often discriminate behind your back without you actually being aware. So whenever you open an app, the app is able to infer whether you're a woman, whether you're Black, whether you're gay, and is able to tailor certain content to you. So you might lose out on job opportunities, or you get higher prices without actually being aware of it. And you don't know that, and you will never bring a complaint. So this is, I think, the next big step that we have to conquer, is really investigate the laws that we currently have and figure out if they're still good enough to prevent the novel risks that arise with the machine learning and AI.
Yeah, and that is the great segue to question number 2 for you, Sandra, because of course, you know, there is this new proposal on the regulation of artificial intelligence, and let's look into the discriminatory element you were just talking about. Do you think that this piece of regulation can actually help? I just teed it up a little bit with the 4 risk levels, and that the second risk level, the high risk, really has to take, well, on board horizontal systems, technology neutral systems, to make sure that there is risk assessment exactly to that point. Do you think that will be enough? And do you think, you know, how would that work? Can you?
Yes, I mean, it's a very good question. I think only time will tell. I think it's a very good step in the right direction. I think Europe recognizing that there is an essential need to do something is extremely important and makes me extremely proud. and I have very big hopes for that trajectory. I think still that the very important questions are still in the details. I'm very excited about the fact that there are a lot of transparency requirements and like data quality assessments and making sure that the data is complete and the results are accurate and all those things, and that bias tests are actually being done. That's fantastic. But when we talk, for example, about bias tests, we have to ask the question, what bias tests are we supposed to be using? What kind of definition of fairness should we actually apply in that context, right? And that might seem like a not important question, but it's an essential question. So I have done a lot of research on that question. We, for example, analyzed all the bias tests that are currently out there, roughly 20 different bias tests that are there to detect bias. And what you might not know is that 13 out of 20 clash with European non-discrimination law. And that is a big problem because very often the technology that is being developed doesn't necessarily link up with legal notions of fairness or ethical notions of fairness. And it's an afterthought. So those systems are out there, and very often what fairness means will depend on the jurisdiction and the country that you're in and the culture that you actually you deploy in your system. So what I think it's a very good attempt to say we need to have bias tests, but the very next important question is what type of bias test should we actually be using, because there's a very fundamental ethical question that is underlying that.
So the proof of the pudding is in the eating. It really very much depends on how you actually bring it into practice. And then there is again this transnational element to it as well, because it's different for different cultures. Okay, any one of the panelists would like to respond to this?
I can perhaps say something. I think that the crucial aspect of the regulation is institutions. That is, I think we all tend to agree that the values that are set forward in the regulation, what are the requirements that are foreseen, are very positive. But the crucial thing is about the quality and the capacity of the institutions that are going to make those assessments on the artificial intelligence. And there basically the regulation foresees conformity assessment bodies that are in turn to be certified by national notifying authorities, the national supervisory authorities. And that, I think, it's the big question that the regulation leaves open. Will those national institutions be adequately capacitated to make the kind of balances that were just being talked about? Will they have the necessary expertise on fundamental rights? There's something mentioned there about it, but doesn't seem to have the importance that I would like to see. Is there independence guaranteed? Not at all clear to me. I think, for example, that's something that the proposal should be improved on, to guarantee the genuine independence of these, both the conformity assessment bodies and particularly of the national notifying and supervisory authorities. So I think the crucial aspect, overall, I think it's a very, very positive contribution, but the crucial aspect will be about the governance model and the institutions. And there, I think there's a lot of things to be discussed and perhaps some things to be improved.
Yeah, because there's also oversight foreseen in the proposal, as you've seen. Yes, but it has to be built. Urs.
Yeah, if I just may build on that, I do think it's a real exercise in complexity management, the types of regulations we're seeing now, and also the AI Act. In addition to the many institutional pieces that have to work in concert across, member states all the way up to the European level. It's interesting that the regulation is also creating interfaces to many different norm sets, right? We already, and Sandra already mentioned the importance of standards and industry best practices and the like. But there are also cross-references to other areas of law and policy making right now in the EU. If you think about the Digital Services Act as one example, or the question of the forthcoming liability regime for AIs. And so again, you see suddenly the question of how successful this particular act will be and how well it protects ultimately citizens depends so much on massive implementation questions and how well these different elements will ultimately play together. That also transcends both public and private sector actors. And so I just want to echo this concern that there is a real capacity issue that's critical, also just in terms of bringing the knowledge into all these different decision-making bodies and supervising authorities and the like. And not the last, also thinking about, for instance, the courts that will, I'm sure, play a key role in you know, shaping the on-the-ground experiences with these laws, because they are so open-ended and so broad by design in order to be future-proofed, as they're now called, right? So there's a lot of need for interpretation, very abstract language used. And how do we think about, you know, our judicial readiness, given the level also of technical documentations, for instance, that required to make sense out of all this? This is a huge task that doesn't end, even if we in 2 years from now work through all the revisions of the draft. Then the journey only begins. There is a whole lot of infrastructure and resources that need to work together in quite seemingly ways in order to address some of these thorny risks, like fairness issues that Sandra highlighted.
It's the beginning of a journey, and education, academia play a very important role there. You point out that. I could totally agree. And Sandra, how would you see this this role of academia to further the knowledge, so that the actual transition of these rules are done in such a way that they're robust?
Yes, I think academia has a very crucial role to play in this, because academics are in the privileged position to actually, you know, dive into a topic and really try to get to the bottom of it and try to create very robust, rigorous research. And we also are very often in the privileged position to work with people that are outside our own fields. I'm one of those lucky people, many of others on this call are too, that are able to work with computer scientists and ethicists and psychologists to really figure out what the best thing to do is. And I think that's something that I also hope that will be feeding into the regulation at some point in public policy making, is the breaking of silos in a way, because AI is so versatile and so diverse, and it is, you know, touching so many aspects of our lives at the same time, that you can't just think in legal terms or in tech terms or in ethical terms. You actually have to merge those things together. So I think that's where I see the future of research, hopefully being able to make a very good objective contribution that is evidence-based, that then allows an interesting and then hopefully fruitful discourse for policymakers and industry.
With a multidimensional approach. I've got a question from the audience for you, Sandra. So you just have to talk a lot today. So the question is from Professor Paul Verschuren that just gave the presentation. And he says the following: in my video presentation, I made the point that algorithms are not autonomous, but proxies of their designers. The belief in such autonomy is part of the AI myth in his perspective. And you seem to disagree with that. Does he understand you correctly, that you disagree with that? And that you therefore want to regulate the algorithms? And he was wondering if you could provide arguments behind that. So you saw his video, right? And what he states is that algorithms are in themselves not autonomous, but proxies of their designers.
Yes, definitely. I would never want to use the cop-out and say, let's make the algorithm liable, let's put the robot into jail. Of course not. That would be a very bad idea. Obviously, it always has to be the human that stands behind that creation that should be liable. I think we fully agree on that. I also don't think that a system, the danger of a system doesn't necessarily depend on whether something is autonomous or not. It depends on whether it can do harm. And we can see that very simple statistics can already do a lot of harm. So I think we have to take those risks very seriously. And yes, definitely, be very important not to use a cop out and say the algorithm did it and therefore nobody should be liable. Definitely, always human responsibility. Fully agree.
Thank you for that. Okay, Urs, do you have another thought you want to share with us on especially how we can make sure that we will be smart in implementing these horizontal rules, and maybe in such a way that they're inspirational, like Miguel just suggested, more globally?
Yeah, I was just kind of, if I may dial a step back and just still thinking about the question that was asked before. And one thing I'm wondering about is also a bit more the unknowns when thinking about these types of AI risks and the question of autonomy in particular. And so one thought I had is, it seems to me the AI Act, for good reasons, is very human-centric in the interpretation, essentially confirming what Sandra describes as well, right? To say ultimately it's about human beings, both on the development side, on the user side of AI, but then also when thinking about the vulnerabilities and the fundamental rights, where again, it's a human being, it's the citizen, that we want to protect. That being said, I'm wondering whether that creates some sort of a potential blind spot in the protection. And what do I mean by that? I'm wondering whether one of the bigger AI risks of the future are actually more systemic risks, when previously distinct AI systems or components in unanticipated ways start to interact with each other and may lead to compound effects, to like cumulative causality, leading to unforeseen harms that we don't see when we focus on individuals or on groups. And so that's one question I've been wrestling with, whether there is a potential paradigm issue or kind of the way we frame the problem, that we may miss other types of harms, where then, in fact, you could start to argue, well, these systems have now a degree of autonomy by working together in concert in unanticipated ways that makes them different from like a human that's responsible and has like a stop button that he or she or they could press, right? And so I'm more worried about these systemic effects when it comes to autonomy, as opposed to the 1.0 autonomy questions that were motivating the question.
Okay, but Urs, you would then know what question I will be asking you next is then, do you think this new proposal with the future-proof, more horizontal approach on the different risk levels will also be able to deal with these more systemic risks?
I thought there is some language in there, particularly when it comes to these post-market surveillance mechanics, where it's a little bit more open-ended, also to look at other impacts of public relevance. I forgot what the exact term is, but it was definitely not the emphasis, in my view, as far as these kind of pre-market ex-ante risk assessments are concerned, where my reading at least was it's much more focused either on individuals and populations, as opposed to the unanticipated like compound effects, and some of which we have seen actually in finance. If you think about high frequency trading issues, where we had to build in circuit breakers and the like. So what's the version of that when we think about autonomous vehicles, or the Internet of Things, where so many tools are now and softwares are somehow connected, or at least have the potential to suddenly communicate?
Can I add something, Madeleine?
Yeah.
So I don't want us to somehow focus only on the threats that IA may pose to fundamental rights and fundamental values. I mean, sometimes it seems as if the trade-off that is involved is one between efficiency, quality of life, ease of life, increase in productivity on the one hand, but at the expense of fundamental rights and fundamental values: democracy, freedom, non-discrimination, fairness. But it's not necessarily so. I mean, I think we need to take into account that in some respects, AI may actually help us protect and further some of those fundamental rights. And I wanted to give an example of that is linked to what Sandra was saying before. And it is a mistake, ironically, a very human mistake that we tend to do, that we look at a new alternative and we see the problems of that alternative, and we tend instinctively to compare that with, as if the status quo will operate in an idealized way, and it doesn't. So we look at IA systems in terms of hiring, in terms of licensing systems, for example, in the even decisions of public administration, and we tend to fear the embedded biases that they may come to have. And that is true, that is a risk. But we need to remember that we are comparing that systems with systems of decision-making today that are human-centric, but not necessarily less biased than those will be. So an AI system, for example, at least an advantage that they have is much less likely to be corrupt, financially susceptible to corruption, than a human decision-making in public administration today. So it is precisely, I think, because choosing IA systems is not a trade-off simply between productivity and fundamental rights, but sometimes it's between two different ways of protecting fundamental rights, and that two different ways that may involve at the IA system a protection that is more, has to be guaranteed at the level of the architecture of governance, for example, and that the architecture of the system, that the regulation in part is so vague, so open-ended, and requires so much in terms of balance of values that is not made concrete in the regulation itself. And this leads me again to the point I was making before. That's why ultimately, what will be the constitution of the digital space and the constitution in legal terms of artificial intelligence will be to a large extent the product of the decisions of these institutions, of these bodies that are being created. And that's why my concern is with the extent to which these bodies, or as Urs was saying, the courts, will be prepared to deal with this. I think that will be my priority. Capacitate those bodies, guarantee their independence, guarantee that they are in a position to do well those difficult tasks that will be required by the regulation itself.
Yeah. So Miguel, I was thinking that you would start saying this because we talked about it before again, and I really agree with you on that. And maybe you can talk a little bit how the School of Transnational Governance tries to play a role there, a positive role in educating those institutions.
I mean, our focus is governance. Maybe that's my own bias too. That's why I tend to see everything as a problem of governance ultimately. An institution, I've replaced the famous, it's the economic stupid motto of Clinton by its institution stupid motto. And I think the focus of the School of Transnational Governance so much on institutions and on questions of good governance and importance that ultimately good governance has for everything that is downstream and upstream. I think it is a big contribution and the big added value of the school, and we do that, as you know, through. So if I can use a few seconds really to promote the School of Transnational Governance, do pay attention to the research, the policy that we undertake, to the training that we do, and the teaching that we provide. So thank you for allowing me that commercial advertisement moment of the school, Madeleine, of our school.
And the same will be true for the school that Urs will be creating, without a doubt. I think you also intend to play a role in educating, and also Sandra is very much working on that and helping. So I think that's really up to us to do. But if I look at the context against how we as academics can work on that, I think the European Commission did a pretty good job of setting the stage in a positive way, leaving room for future-proof analysis and also thereby making it more likely that it will be taken up by industry. Because of course you need to make sure that industry will abide. And if you have top-down regulation that's pretty precise, you run the risk that it's so technology depending that the new generation of AI will just not be applicable to that regulation anymore. So we want to avoid that. But then let's talk about oversight a little bit more in the last few minutes we have, because what do we do when it goes wrong? What if there's something really goes wrong? Are there enough instruments in this new piece of regulation of the European Commission where we can really say stop? Urs, do you have an idea on that? Or maybe Sandra?
Well, obviously there are accountability mechanisms built into this act, and not at least the big fines like up to 30 or 40 million, if I recall correctly, euros. So it's a significant proposal to give teeth to these requirements and compliance with requirements. My feeling is that ultimately much will depend whether this act and legislation that plays in concert and the institutional framework that Miguel highlighted, whether together we're able to build a culture around responsible AI and trustworthy AI. And law and institutions can be actually not only a constraint, it can also be an enabler to build such a culture. We've seen it in data protection in some countries. And that to me is some sort of the exciting moment here and really the opportunity. And I totally agree with Miguel's earlier point that just focusing on the risk and risk management is necessary, but not a sufficient condition to work towards trustworthy AI. Ultimately, the test will be fiduciary trust. Will these technologies benefit all members of society, and not whether we just manage that nothing terrible happens? And so my sense is that's the really important ecosystem perspective. And maybe a last quick point, in addition to some of the accountability mechanisms that are built in, also the ability to learn over time if things go bad. And so one thing that I found is particularly interesting is this idea of an incident database or reporting scheme where you then could see, like we know from aviation industry, where researchers could plug back into the data and independent institutions to figure out how can we build more robust systems. So and there.
Yeah, and that helps also for future-proofing it. So I would like now to take a look at the results of the poll. The poll question was, do you think the proposal on AI of the EU will lead the way towards global standards on human-centric AI in respect of fundamental rights? And the answers are 40% says yes. No, sorry. 45% says yes. I'm getting live results right now as it is. And 55% says partially. No one says no. So I think overall, pretty good score of the Commission. I think that is a great leap forward. We also know that at the end of the day, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. They're open norms. They can be interpreted in different ways. We need to make sure that we nurture those with the right kind of bias test, like Sandra was talking about, like how can we as academia help in that respect? The oversight, institutions, courts have to play a very important role, but also regulatory authorities have to play a role there, and education will be important. Systemic risk need to be dealt with. So I would say, lots and lots of work ahead, but at least it's a first step forward, maybe potentially with the Brussels effect. So then that would be really great, because then we will, be able to do it all over the globe. Let's wait and see. Looking forward to see you all soon. in good health, hopefully, and life. Thank you very much.
I am proud to announce the next edition of the Festival of Europe in Florence, an opportunity to reflect on the meaning of European citizenship.
As a co-founder of the festival, the European University Institute is very happy to participate once more in its 2022 program.
Welcome back, everyone, to the sessions on multilateralism. In this panel, we're going to be talking about how to address the spillover effects of subsidies, the international spillover effects of subsidies. My name is Bernard Hoekman. I'm the Director of Global Economics at the Robert Schuman Center here at the European University Institute. And as part of that program, we've been doing a lot of work looking at the importance of subsidies in terms of what governments have been doing. But we've also been focusing in particular on thinking about how to actually deal with these problems. So for those of you who have access to the program for this panel, there is a link at the bottom of our particular session, which gives you some access to papers that have been written on this at the EUI or part of EUI projects, one of which is Horizon 2020 research project, which deals with European external policy. And clearly this is one dimension of the challenges that confronts the EU, but we're very much going to focus on kind of a global perspective. So we have speakers who are going to represent the European perspective, the international development perspective, and kind of the multilateral agenda. So we have three excellent panelists. And before I introduce them, I'll just briefly give you some data, some background, if you could post the slide. And what you can see here is essentially a snapshot of data that has been taken from the Global Trade Alert, which is an initiative that is managed by Simon Evenet, who is with us today. And essentially what it shows you is that there's been a real kind of serious increase in terms of the number of subsidies that have been imposed by countries around the world. And what it shows you is that a lot of that action, if you will, is due to things that are being done by the European Union and by other countries in the world, in addition to China. So a lot of the debate here is about China. It's really about Chinese subsidies. It's about state-owned enterprise behavior, Chinese companies, but it's really a global phenomenon. So I think that's one of the things I want to put on the table as background. And another thing that comes out of the data, which I think we can also discuss as part of this panel, is a lot of it has to do with measures. And again, these are very complex. There's lots of heterogeneity in these measures. But one common element they have is that they support exports, right? So a lot of the subsidies, of course, are dealing with domestic types of policy objectives, but a lot of them are also either explicitly or implicitly geared towards supporting exports. So in total, around 74% of trade is affected by these types of subsidy instruments, which is one of the kind of data points that is motivating this panel. This is something that actually matters a lot for the global trading system for international competition. And the slide, please. So to discuss issues around this topic, we have three excellent panelists. One is Simon Evenet, whom I've already mentioned, who is a professor of international trade and development at the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland, and he's the founder of the Global Trade Alert Initiative, which actually tracks what governments are doing on the trade policy front more broadly, not just subsidies, but the whole trade policy agenda. Second, we have Caroline Freund, who is Global Director for Trade, Investment, and Competitiveness at the World Bank. And we have Pierre Régibaud, who is the Chief Competition Economist in DG Competition in the European Commission, and who has been working on these areas as part of his day job, as opposed to some of us, where it is more part of the weekend activity for some of us. But the way we're going to structure this, I have a discussion of about 30 minutes, and then we'll open it up to questions and answers from participants. So let me start with a kind of general question, which also relates to the slide. Are foreign subsidies a major problem for international competition? Or is this really a bit overblown? Is a lot of what we're seeing governments doing what governments should be doing, partly to deal with a crisis like the one we're in now, the COVID-19 pandemic? So what's the balance? How important is this in terms of an issue? So let me start with Simon, who has done a lot of the kind of digging up of data on this. Simon?
Thank you, Bernard, and it's great to be here. I do think this is a matter of global significance. You've already highlighted the exposure of world exports to different types of subsidies. You know, since this is an EUI event, I also looked up the data for the EU extra EU exports, and about 29% of extra EU exports compete against a firm in a foreign market that has received some type of subsidy. On top of that, you have to add the firms which compete in foreign markets against other exporters from other countries who've received export incentives, and that gets you 68% of extra EU exports. And then on top of that, you have to add the subsidies which are paid to firms to engage in cross-border mergers and acquisitions, of which there are a number. And this element actually does not get discussed that much, and of course has become important given the recent announcement by the EU concerning its instrument, which I'm sure we'll come back to. But I know the focus of a lot of discussions in Brussels is on Chinese subsidies, but when you're looking at financing the overseas expansion of home national firms, Canada does a lot of this, Japan does even more, Korea does a lot too. So if the net is going to be thrown widely, or if we're going to treat countries even-handedly, and we're going to start tackling subsidies for M&A, subsidies to expand production abroad, then we're going to draw in some of the EU's closer trading partners as well. Maybe I should stop there.
Thanks. Pierre, what is your take on this? And in particular, Simon has already mentioned the new European proposal, legislative proposal to deal with foreign subsidies and the link to mergers and acquisitions. So I'm curious to hear your perspective.
I'll talk about the new European tool a little bit later. And let me say, I'm a bit ugly duckling here. I'm not a bona fide trade economist, although I started life as one. So my take is a little bit different. I think that the statistics that have been quoted tell us that subsidies are pervasive. They do not necessarily tell me that they're important and then create lots of distortion, which is a slightly different issue. Also, while we have now, thanks to you guys, decent statistics about how important those subsidies are, they're still approximative. And also, it's hard to systematically tear apart true export subsidies, true national subsidies, from subsidies that aim at fixing the market externality. And it's hard to therefore draw a conclusion about the impact based on that. Now, if we look at the impact, we all know that there are good work about gains from trade. And I looked at a recent 2018 paper that looked at the gains from trade from autarky to observed trade. And we know that those gains of trade tend to be, static gains of trade tend to be fairly small, from 1% to 11% of GDP, depending on countries, especially big for small agricultural economies. So 2 points there. First, let's remember that not only we kind of all guilty of industrial subsidies, but let's also remember that we are especially guilty, Europe among many others, on agricultural subsidies, where even kind of small static effect can have dramatic consequences for relatively poor agriculturally oriented economies. The last point that I'll make is that, yes, we know that those static kind of losses are small, which tells me that maybe the overall impact of subsidy in terms of allocation is not that big, but this is the dynamic dimension that we probably don't talk enough about. At two levels, at the business level, there are kind of dynamic kind of business strategies with which those subsidies can interfere, but also in terms of innovation. And I think that's very important. If I subsidize you in the product market, well, I'm going to decrease the scale of the other ones and decrease therefore the incentive to do R&D. I'm also going to decrease the profit margin of the other guys and also decrease the incentive to do R&D. Now, if I subsidize your research, again, I might subsidize somebody who doesn't have the comparative advantage there. I might misorient research. I might create duplication. So more attention, I think, if we're really concerned about having a big impact on the economy, should maybe be paid to the dynamic dimension.
Thanks a lot for bringing the economic perspective in, which I think is very important. And I think it's extremely important also in terms of trying to figure out what the balance of these effects are. And they can be good, they can be bad. Like you say, subsidies are partly intended to fix market failures. So therefore, that is something that really needs to be taken into account. And also the point I think that I'll also ask Caroline to reflect on is some subsidies matter a lot more for particular sectors and for particular countries than others. So I think, Caroline, what would be your take on this question of how much of a problem is it, in particular from the perspective of developing countries or firms in developing countries? I mean, given that you're working on this from the World Bank perspective, is this something that really should be given more attention? And we'll come back to the how later on in this discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Bernard. And it's great to be here discussing this timely topic. I think, unfortunately, the answer to a lot of these questions, and that has come out, as Pierre just said, is we don't really know. And the reason we don't know is because the data on subsidies are far more incomplete than other trade instruments. And so I think Simon has done a great job of trying to gather some of this data. We're doing our own work on this at the World Bank. But unfortunately, we end up a little bit like the drunk looking for his keys under the lamppost, because so many of these are completely non-transparent, and we don't know how to look in those hidden corners that aren't under the lamppost. So they can be embedded in complex regulatory vehicles or financial instruments and upstream sectors and so forth. So the world really, really gets very complex. And when we look at counts, that doesn't really tell us about the economic impact exactly, as Pierre said. I guess another point to make is subsidies aren't bad for everyone. So if you think about a standard trade model, actually, we never used to worry about subsidies because countries wouldn't do them because they're bad for themselves. But they're actually great if you're an importing country, because it improves your terms of trade. You can get lots more of the subsidized good. So if you're an agricultural importer, ag subsidies are fantastic for you. But the problem comes where you're a competitor, and then you get hurt. And from the developing country perspective, it's really those products that they produce where subsidies hit. So a good example is cotton, where the US has extensive programs to support cotton. In 2020, the US share in global production was nearly 15%, with 85% of output exported, and the share in global exports was 35%. But farmers are getting more than $100,000 in subsidies each. Production costs in the US are higher than in places like Mali, India, Chad, or Burkina Faso. So these are the countries that end up losing from advanced country subsidies. So I think it depends. Are you competing with the subsidizing country, or are you benefiting because you can import more? And that's really how it affects. The other place it's affecting everyone is in terms of tensions. So there are a lot of tensions around subsidies, and if it ends up meaning that the global trade system is really impacted, that's going to hurt all countries. So it is time to measure these properly, be more transparent, and then try to address them.
Thanks. I think we'll come back on this issue of non-transparency. How do we get more transparency? Because I think this is really one of the major challenges, right? So I think all of us on this particular panel are economists, and so we would like to do more analysis, but for that we do need to have more information on this. And I think one of the things that is kind of distinct about the EU situation is that there is a system through which we actually have reasonably good transparency as to what governments are doing inside the European Union. Let me turn the discussion to kind of, on the one hand, what do we do, right? So And there's two dimensions to this. So aside from the transparency question, which feel free to chip in on in terms of how we improve that particular situation, there's also the question of, if you divide this up, so in terms of what you were talking about, Caroline, where we have subsidies that are really affecting farmers, let's say in Burkina Faso. So it really is an issue of, it's an international dimension of this, as opposed to the domestic dimension, in particular, the import competing side of things. So the one question would be, do we have enough, do countries have enough instruments at the moment to actually deal with the potentially distorting effects of these subsidies, right? So in the case of Burkina Faso, would it suffice for them to put on a countervailing duty on cotton, right? And clearly the answer is no, they're a net exporter. So what do you do? So let's have a little exchange on that particular question. So Simon, you want to kick off on that?
Yeah, maybe I can and build a bridge to the discussion we just had, because I actually believe that there's now more and more econometric literature showing the effects, and maybe that is the right place to start, which is we need to have clear theories of harm as to how subsidies harm either the harm different actors in different markets, and then we need to back this up with the econometric evidence. We do know, by the way, with respect to the export incentives, that these are eating away at the market share of non-subsidized firms. We have pretty good literature now on this, and this is, I think, fairly clear. And so I think that's perhaps one could start using some of that evidence to identify which of these different policies are the first order ones to tackle. And I would not be surprised if tax-based export incentives tops that list because of the sheer scale and resort to them by different types of, mainly actually emerging markets. So maybe as we build the evidence base, we can start prioritizing which measures are ones we should tackle. The second point I would make is I was a little bit depressed to hear the immediate default into subsidies are there to fix market failures. There's another reason why subsidies happen, and that is because governments often think in mercantilist terms, and that governments get lobbied by firms to help them out. And sometimes I struggle to see where the market failure is. For example, when the Nordic Development Bank in 2018 decided to finance an M&A by a Danish firm to the tune of 500 million krone, and the acquisitions were a French and an Italian company, I don't really see what the market failure is there. And I'm surprised actually that this type of transaction goes through. So maybe there's a certain amount of, maybe transparency will highlight some of the practices that we're seeing where there is essentially export mercantilism or export or support for own firms abroad. And maybe we should target those directly where there's no apparent market failure. So I perhaps then I'm putting on the table two criteria. One, which is obviously we want to target subsidies which have the biggest effects, but also the absence of any market failure rationale should also be a trigger for action as well. And that's where we should go. Now, I think, Bernard, you really wanted me to talk about which instruments to use, right? And I think in the case of the EU, we do have a fairly elaborate state aid regime. But I think what we need to be doing in the EU is asking some hard questions about the exceptions, where the times when essentially state aid subsidy rules are not applied, because that list of exceptions seems to get longer and longer. Maybe we'll come back to transparency later, Bernard, because I've been doing a lot of talking to private sector practitioners, lawyers, about the EU state aid regime, and people are a bit worried that this is no longer as transparent as it used to be.
Okay, thanks. So Pierre, the EU has been mentioned a couple of times, so
yes, well,
feel free to respond.
I really have a rather different perspective from Simon. First of all, I never said that externality was the main reason why we observe subsidies. I said you observe subsidies for a bunch of reasons, and if we cannot ventilate between the good and the bad reasons, and having worked on the political economy of trade, I'm really aware of lobbying and those kind of stuff, but if you cannot ventilate, it's a little bit dicey to decide whether overall subsidies are good or bad. And if you cannot identify different kinds, then you cannot target it through policy. In terms of state aid, we come back to this. I'm actually rather surprised that people are saying that we no longer apply state aid, and there are lots of exceptions. I'd like concrete exception to be mentioned, because my experience is that people who talk about exception usually are just not familiar with what the state aid laws are. And in terms of transparency, for example, the temporary framework that was written for the COVID crisis seems to me to be actually really very, very, very transparent. Our decisions are published. In some decisions, we have a duty to conduct ex post studies. Tell me other application of public policy where there's as much transparency. So I'm a little bit in disagreement with the perceptions there, and I'm quite willing to explain. Now, it's true that we have quite a few tools at our disposal in the EU, the traditional trade tools, countervailing, the procedures of anti-dumping. We also have the screening of direct foreign investment. But as you know, we felt that we had kind of a gap that had to do with subsidies for activities by foreign firms that are not trade activities happening within kind of the EU. And that's where the new legislative proposal comes. And I'll talk about it as part of a third question. But let me just say two more things. What are really the problems that we get into enforcing those tools? One clearly is information. Why does state aid work reasonably well, the state aid control within the EU? Because the states have a legal obligation to inform us about it, and we have ways of at least partially enforcing that. Enforcing that in an international context is a bit harder. And then the second problem is what I would call, like Sartre, l'enfer c'est les autres. Hell are other people. And other people take two dimensions. As we've seen in the first point, it's not my subsidies that are a problem, it's your subsidies. But there's a more subtle point that actually Karin hinted to about whether you're a net buyer or a net sellers. If you look about Europe and even of a new tool, many countries quite like to get subsidized production if they don't have competitive firms. Some countries actually quite like to have one of their firms bought for too high a price by, say, a Chinese or another concern. What they object to is the next country having competitors of their own competitors overbought at too high a price with the Chinese, so that they can themselves acquire them. So this unfair c'est les autres kind of sheds some light on the problem, the incentive issues that we face when trying to get everybody to pull in the same direction.
So we'll come back to that later on in the discussion, because it really does point to, how do you actually increase the effectiveness of international cooperation to actually address these types of questions, including the really important point you mentioned, Pierre, with respect to, okay, the economic effects often are unclear. So how do we actually improve the clarity of what is going on, and how can we do a better job at prioritizing what we should be looking at collectively, which is something that I don't think has been done at the moment. It's very much, like you said, it is driven often by interests of particular firms and industries, as opposed to taking a perspective, which is what actually matters most for the country, for the economy, and in particular from a dynamic perspective, which I think we can also come back to. Caroline, you want to come in on this?
Maybe just to say that I think we really need to think about all the different approaches we can take. So the first being transparency that we've already talked about, because if we can't measure it, we can't really address it. And so countries need to do a better job of being transparent in terms of what we're doing. And I think one of the reasons that the Global Trade Alert and similarly work that we've done ends up coming out with US US and Europe looking very similar to China is because it's a lot harder to see what's happening in China on this particular topic. Other countries, of course, as well. So the first is around transparency. And then I think using both the types of tools that have been well developed around export subsidies at the WTO or around agriculture, where at least we know and have an idea of what's happening and how much countries are spending. And then finally, thinking about competitive neutrality and in doing the best to ensure that they're less distortive. Coming from the US, where we see lots of sweeteners thrown on new investment across different parts of the country, I think the EU state aid rules are actually quite effective. And it would be good to think about how to extend them more broadly and multilaterally. But I think we really need to think about all approaches and first really do much better about measuring, and as Simon said, better estimations of the economic effects.
So let's continue then on that particular topic. So, I mean, so the big question then is, how do you actually do this, right? So you mentioned at the World Bank, there's ongoing work on kind of mapping subsidies. So presumably that implies, you have to start by actually defining what you're looking for and looking at, right? So a lot of this, like you said, is non-transparent. So how do you define the universe of what is, of interest? I mean, that's a first cut. So clearly we have legal rules, which we'll come back to, but I mean, just in terms of trying to identify what is going on in countries, I mean, how do you go about doing that?
Well, I think we need to think about how to incentivize, and this is where some sort of WTO agreement on what to notify would be useful. The way we've gone about it, but this is going back to looking where the light is shining, is using things like countervailing duties, because these are the subsidies that countries are complaining about. So therefore, they must be problematic. So looking at countervailing duty investigations around the world, looking at the different types of reports that countries produce on other countries' practices. The US and EU have extensive ones, looking at the WTO trade reviews. But I think the problem with all of these is it's from the outside in. And ideally, we would want countries to report. And I guess what makes it so difficult is that industries operate differently and countries operate differently. So they come through different financing tools, and then in different industries, they work in different ways. So that's why, agriculture was addressed in one phase. Now there's the excellent work around fishery subsidies. So we may have to go industry by industry and think about what the main tools are in those industries. But we need to start somewhere. And so hopefully the fisheries will come through, but it is difficult. Actually, I think Simon should answer this question because he spent really the most time thinking about how to get at all the different potential instruments.
Yeah, I think we should all collectively answer that question, because I think part of the problem is if you want to identify what matters, I think we need more kind of economic analysis and economically informed input into guiding what we would like governments to actually report, but also what we would like people like Simon and initiatives like Simon's to focus on, right?
And so, just one other thing is we've also been looking at SOEs and trying to develop a landscape of what they look like in different countries, because when you see extensive SOE presence in commercial sectors, that's something to worry about, or extensive SOE presence in global competition. Like the 4 largest construction companies in the world are Chinese. So that's great if you're planning to build a bridge and you don't have a construction company, you probably can get it done cheaper by bringing them in. It's not so good if you're competing against them.
Simon, what's your kind of set of suggestions in terms of how we move forward in terms of actually identifying what we should be looking at in terms of what is likely to have more effects?
So I think the starting point is to have a definition of what you think constitutes some type of state aid. And here, there's a selective receipt of some type of advantage from a public body, I think is probably a good place to start. Then I think you want to try and collect as much information on anything that falls within that remit, and then start filtering out stuff where the justification is apparently a market failure or some other perhaps beneficial societal role, like promoting climate change and the like. So I think the first thing to do is to actually have the widest possible list and then filter down. I think the worst thing to do is to start saying, well, we're not going to look at environmental subsidies. That's out because we all like the environment. Because you just encourage relabeling of subsidies if you do things like that. So then the second thing is, there are indeed, as Caroline has said, there are a number of public sources one can grab information from. The difficulty there often is the subnational authorities who may or may not report, we have growing compliance in the United States with General Accounting Standard number 77, which is the one where the states and the cities have to report the incentives for investment, or tax abatements is formally what they have to do, but it's still a bit patchy. And if we're talking about China, the finance ministry in China doesn't have a list of what the provinces are offering in terms of subsidies. They've tried to get this information, and they've been frustrated. So I think then the amount that we should expect governments to be able to submit to the WTO is probably going to be constrained, but they should do more, and they should do it in a more timely fashion. And then you're left, I think, with the next thing, which is that we have to go and find this information. So we, in a world where more and more companies announce their financial results and often have to declare some types of financial contributions from the states, from governments, and where governments are publishing more and more information as transparency at the national level is improving, then we need to be able to grab that data and then find an intelligent way to process it and aggregate it. And I think that's it. I just don't see a sort of WTO solution, a sole reliance on a WTO solution. I think we actually have to go and look for this type of information. And now in a world where people can develop scrapers and targeted scrapers, this should be considerably easier to do. I'm not saying it's perfect, but one could then build up a much bigger picture this way. And of course, then once we get these lists, we then have to be able to assign to each subsidy recipient which economic sectors they're in and which products they're trading. And that's, of course, indeed is what we do to get those trade exposure estimates that we shared with you at the beginning. So I think that's how one has to go about it. But I think it's for those of us in the business of documenting this, there is no alternative to rolling up our sleeves. We can't count on governments to report this stuff. We have to find it.
Okay. So there seems to be a bit of a contrast between what you were saying and Caroline's focus on we really should be getting governments to report. Insofar as governments, the question then is, what is the incentive for governments to do this? And I think one of the important things you said with respect to China is that the Ministry of Finance in China doesn't really know what is going on necessarily at the provincial and city level. So, in terms of incentives, you'd think if you're in the Ministry of Finance, you have quite an incentive to try and fix that problem, which then gets you to the question, what's the constraint, right? So why not? And then the question is, can you address that constraint maybe through some type of international cooperation? So that's, kind of a question that occurs to me when I listen to this. But clearly, I think the experience in the WTO to date has been that it seems this notification seems to work reasonably well for some types of sectors where you clearly have a community that is engaged in monitoring each other and is on top of that. And it really doesn't work at all in areas where there's a lot of concern that maybe transparency will backfire on me, because if I am transparent, then someone will may bring that to the table and either start a dispute case against me or what have you. So Pierre, the EU has really, I think, done very well on the transparency front. And of course, partly that's because we have supranational enforcement. We have a common competition policy, we have rules, we have, you know, a court that ultimately can enforce. So what are the elements that you would argue that, from what we've learned in terms of the EU's experience on the transparency front, in terms of actually getting a better sense of what is going on, what could be transferred to kind of an environment where you don't have supranational enforcement, right? Where we're really talking about intergovernmental cooperation, which is of course what we have in the WTO and more generally in terms of multilateral institutions.
Although I do quite like your system of state aid oversight, I am afraid that I don't see it being transplanted that easily to kind of a worldwide level. And it's not just a question of implementation. Let's step back a little and think a little bit of what we are trying to achieve with state aid control in the EU. Essentially, there are kind of three main objectives. The first one is we want to avoid subsidy competition between member states, right? Would be kind of wasteful, kind of stealing, A stealing from B, and B stealing from one. The second is that we think that we have a responsibility to make sure that if member states decide to spend the taxpayer money, and they have the right to do this and to decide what they spend it out, it's not our decision, that it's at least done in a way that actually pursues the stated objective, and this does it in a proportional way, i.e. without wasting money. And then the third way is that we want to make sure that all of this is without too much prejudice to having a level playing field in the common market, right? Now, if you think about then moving to a worldwide situation without a central authority, the first issue of avoiding kind of mindless subsidy competition, it's kind of there, but less intensely, because you don't have one regulator who cares about everybody. So it's kind of half there. The second one, making sure that other governments do not misspend their money. Nobody cares, right? And then in terms of the effect on competition, well, as you know, many different countries have very different views about competition. So when you step back like this, you, I think, realize that while this kind of stated control works kind of very well for our objective within the EU, I do not necessarily see how it can be transplanted easily to a worldwide level.
And certainly not the notification dimension, I think.
No, good luck.
Yeah, but
we sometimes even struggle with this within the EU. So.
I actually disagree, because I think the first one is in some sense even stronger, the subsidy competition at a multilateral level, that yeah, you address it within the EU so that Bulgaria doesn't steal from Romania, but you may, but then you can have all the countries outside the EU stealing from the EU, because the EU is now left out of that competition, that subsidies can only be addressed in some sense at the multilateral level. And because countries aren't addressing them, then capital ends up getting the full rents. So they just pick 5 countries they like that are willing to throw in sweeteners, and then they let them duke it out and go to the one which has the right wages, has the right infrastructure, but gives the biggest sweeteners. And that's now what we're starting to see. And really the way to address that has to be multilateral, or the EU's just taking itself out of the game, except for investment that's focused on the EU market.
Let me just clarify. I agree with you that if anything, on one dimension, the problem is worse worldwide than within the EU, if only because there's more heterogeneity worldwide. That's not what I meant. Is that in the EU, it's still enforced by a central authority. And I, as a central authority, I care both
I
about
agree with
Bulgaria.
that point. It was only the first point
Okay,
that
fine.
I was taking, trying to make it more exciting here.
Good, thank you. Thank you for that. So we have 10 minutes left. So let's turn to kind of what to do. And in particular, there's been an ongoing effort by the European Union, the United States, and Japan as part of a trilateral initiative to try and think through what type of rules need to be introduced in the WTO, in particular focused on China. Right, so it depends a bit on who you talk to in terms of how much of the target is China, but clearly that was the U.S. Focus, certainly under the Trump administration. But the focus that I would like to emphasize here of that effort, it seems to me, was very much on trying to write more rules, right, to kind of improve the legal framework, to make it clearer, and to deal with some of the sources of disputes that we've had in recent years. So one question to all of you would be, do you think that's really the way to go, given the discussion we've just had, in terms of the complexity, in terms of what are we actually talking about, how do we define this, how do we take into account the effects of subsidies, is an approach that focuses on kind of making it more binding, having more rules in a multilateral system, is that the way to go? And I think in particular for Pierre, so one of the things that is coming out of the research here at the EUI is to say, well, we really need to have much more of a focus, one, on effects, and two, on kind of trying to balance out what governments are trying to do and what the effects are of both good and bad. So in one of the previous panels on the State of the Union conference, there was a discussion of, is this carbon border adjustment mechanism that the EU is thinking about, is that something that is a good thing, bad thing, what is likely to happen? And one of the panelists said, you know, forget all about that, whatever you think about it, if you're serious about dealing with climate change, we should get rid of fossil fuel subsidies, right? That in one fell swoop will get us 10% of the way to where we want to be under the Paris Agreement. So focus on that. Right, and I think that's also something maybe to talk about in terms of the WTO. You know, should we just be targeting specific areas that we know are bad? You know, pretty much unambiguously so, as opposed to trying to do all this complicated kind of rulemaking. So I don't know who wants to start. Simon?
So I think the answer to your last point is absolutely yes. I mean, I think a much more targeted approach is likely to succeed at a time like this when we are finding it very hard to get countries to move in large numbers or even multilaterally at the WTO. So I think that's part of the story. The second part of the story, and I'm glad you took the bait earlier when I mentioned the Chinese Ministry of Finance, is that I think we need to think about how to get the finance ministries on board with this. Because think of the context at the moment. We're going to be coming out of a pandemic where the public finances of many countries are going to be looking very, very shaky. There will be pressure either to raise taxes or to cut spending. And what better time to get the finance ministries on board with an agenda of essentially scrutinizing what subsidies are offered, are they delivering value for money, sorting between the different types of priorities, all backed up not by the WTO, but by the IMF, which has long-standing concerns about subsidies and public finances. So maybe we come at this problem slightly differently. If we use the WTO route, it's promoting transparency, targeting subsidies in certain selected sectors, which we know are very bad. And then the other route is IMF finance ministries putting pressure on and trying to coordinate something there. Because in my experience, finance ministry is a little bit stronger than trade ministries and competition agencies.
Okay, now I think that's an interesting suggestion. It also raises the question to what extent, you know, and why hasn't the IMF been doing more on this already, right? So in terms of the exercise that Caroline mentioned that you're doing in terms of trying to map the waterfront here, you'd think that a lot of that information is actually sitting in ministries of finance, and therefore also could be accessible by the International Monetary Fund. Pierre, you want to also, kicking on this particular question, maybe also say a bit about the EU legal proposal in terms of...
Yes, very briefly, I think that it's a very good idea to go for simple and to go for the low-hanging fruits to start with. For example, stop subsidies for fossil fuel. Actually, you can go farther than that. And that's something that we're already doing in Europe. It's not only stop subsidies for fossil fuel, but give them subsidies so that they close earlier than planned, right? And this is, we look at the incentive, and now this is done under state aid. So go for the sectors where you think things are really bad, and you can pick up a few important low-hanging fruit. That's good because it already has a major effect, and also because it establishes a tradition of success, of being able to kind of manage something. Now, in terms of what we've done in the EU, of course, there's this kind of new legislative proposal, right? And the way to think about this legislative proposal, again, is to deal with, forget about services for now, for goods that would be kind of produced in the European market by foreign firms. And think of it as trying to apply to those firms exactly the same state aid rule as the one we have now, with one difference, is that we're not going to be able to coerce the states to give us as much information. So we have to have some, special rules that are not meant to discriminate against them, but are meant to kind of make up for this enforcement disadvantage we find ourselves in. So you've got those three models. The first model is really goods, don't subsidize the production of your goods. The second one about acquisition, think of acquisition as an input in an in a business strategy. So do not subsidize the purchase of inputs. And for procurement is just one market like others. In terms of keeping it simple, let's also remember that when we do state aid at the European level, things get really, really complex very fast. Simon mentioned you have to define what state aid is. And basically, it's any kind of use of government resource. We can get very subtle. For example, to just give you an example, one company has both commercial and non-commercial activities. Suppose the state inject equity in the non-commercial part, but that raises the overall rating of the company, therefore makes it possible for the commercial part to get loans at better rate. That's just one still relatively simple example. My feeling is that when we go to international enforcement, we have to be a little less ambitious than there at the beginning and kind of stick to the very obvious aspect of what is state aid.
Thank you. Caroline?
Yeah, I think we're probably going to have to go industry by industry to start. We're working on a joint paper with the IMF, the WTO, and the OECD on this topic for the next WTO ministerial. And, I think it's going to be more of a call for action than having lots of hard data. It'll be a short paper, but really to explain the economic case and to try and incentivize countries into thinking about how to move. And there are movements happening, whether it's kind of unilateral and restrictions on certain types of foreign investment, whether it's in bilateral agreements like TPP, or whether it's multilateral like on ag and eventually hopefully fisheries. So I think there are ways to move. I think one issue with the argument around domestic resource mobilization that Simon mentioned, that resources are scarce, is that the countries whose subsidies matter have more access to resources than the countries that are really suffering from raising revenues. So I'm not sure how useful that will be in terms of addressing this issue. But basically, this is an area where we have to move fast and fix things.
Okay, I think that's a good note on which to end. I must say I'm reasonably pessimistic even on an industry by industry approach. So, it seems to me blindingly obvious, like Pierre said, that fossil fuel subsidies should be low-hanging fruit. Unfortunately, it's not. The political economy is not exactly behind us. And I think what the experience with negotiating away, the fisheries subsidies which again would seem kind of an obvious thing to do and a lot less difficult actually than dealing with fossil fuel subsidies. You know, that has been not exactly easy, and we've been at it for a long time, and hopefully we can finish that dossier this year, but you know, fingers crossed, I guess, based on the experience to date. Thank you all for participating, and I hope to see all of you on the call tomorrow in other sessions on the State of the Union, and I hope to see all of you in the flesh in the not too distant future, whether it's in St. Gallen, Brussels, DC, or Florence. So until the next time, thank you.